Here. Check 1, 2. Oh, hello. There we go. Let's get all in focus. I'm just getting started here today. Got up early for you guys. By all rights, I should be getting 2 more hours of sleep, but here we are. So anyway, it's a Baja day. So anyway, I'm just gonna go grab my headphones and just make sure I'm got all my things here. But yeah, today I'm gonna try and track down a bug. There's one very annoying bug in Marlin that I introduced when I refactored some screen stuff. You might have noticed the wrong title on the move menu, and maybe even the wrong move screen when you go to move an axis. So I gotta fix that, and then I'll get that in. I think I did patch part of it already, so maybe I got it all, but somebody mentioned it the other day, and I was like, oh, it can't still be in there, can it? So I'm gonna double check that, and for that, we're gonna use the simulator, which is gonna be the fun part, because I actually have it working now with the debugger. You might have, if you tuned in last week, you know I was rambling about things I won't mention today because it's boring. But yeah, so I'm gonna get to the debugger, and yeah, so I'll be right back. Get my main thing is I got my coffee, so yeah, I'm ready to go. Yeah, and I'll try not to gulp too loudly into my microphone this time around. Anyway, hold on. Headphones, real important. Oh yeah, light. And let's send the old robot vacuum back to its base, shall we? Plug this in. Hold on. Get this shoe on the road. I know it's like Jenny Cam today.
It's my private life. You can just watch my private life all day.
Alright, here we go. That's my Jenny imitation. Alright, RoboVac. I'll sit at home when it gets where it needs to be. I got a really good deal on this used baby. Like, usually these things are hundreds of dollars, and I got it for just over 150-ish, around that area. And it's my new favorite thing in the universe. Is anyone else in love with their robot vacuum? Am I the only one? I don't even want to get a cat anymore. I just like makes a perfect pet, and it cleans my house. Which, by the way, was just so dusty. I can't believe it. Every time I send it out, it finds more dust and little hairs that I've never seen. I can't just all be coming from me. Surely. That's the great thing about a Baja. You've got these little strings. You can just, there you go. All right. Yeah, the main thing is, yeah, I got to check the audio quality. We've had some issues before. It's a little muffled. Like a couple weeks ago, I went to listen to it, and I was like, I'm just deleting this. It's a waste of your time and mine, just painful. Nobody wants to sit through that. Let's see. Of course, you know, the best thing to do is get a decent, you know, podcast-style microphone, something with a big old boom arm, and let's see what we can do here. All right, let's check our audio quality now. Oh yeah, I'm probably logged into my laptop here with the Bluetooth. Probably connected to that. And there we go. Now let's monitor for a sec. See how bad it is. Monitor only, mute output. Monitor and output. You should get both. It might be a little latency here. And wow, I'm not even hearing it in my headphones, probably because I haven't set it right, or, oh, my system volume's way down. Ooh, okay. It beeps loud in my ear. All right. Yeah, it's not bad. Onward. Yeah, it's some latency there. Someday there'll be none, right? You just have to have the right device. Okay. So how are we today? How's everyone doing? It's Saturday. It's 2-something, and as usual, here we are for the Marlin Saturday stream, where I will be doing my coding thing and my gabbing thing, and catching you up on all kinds of things about Marlin, the obsolete firmware that everybody's switching away from. Just kidding. We're doing a lot of stuff sort of in the background, evaluating some updates to the motion routines, and actually there's been a bunch of optimization this month to the planner, which means we can do, you know, slightly more without, and it takes up less time, so that's good. We got rid of some square root calculations that were definitely eating up a lot of time, all in the main thread to build up these blocks that we send to the stepper routines. There's been a lot of talk about the style of our planner, which comes from Gerbil, and it's always referred to as being, well, other planners like maybe Mfrep firmware and certainly Clipper are called time-based, from what I understand. So there is a very strong emphasis on time, which Marlin does have, but I do wonder just how tight it is. You know, I mean, we schedule the next step as we're setting up well, there's this whole thing in Marlin, which is kind of interesting, the way that the stepper routines work. I may show you some of that because they're very interesting, but and if you're into motion code or any kind of stuff with Arduino and you're trying to work with stepper motors, it might be interesting to take a look at that. It's a whole stack, but basically the two main parts are the module/planner files and the module/stepper files. And the planner takes care of when it says, you know, I want to do a linear move of a certain length from point A to point B. Basically, that's all it is. Just give me point A to point B, and it passes on any things that's calculated ahead of time so that it can save calculation later on, presumably, especially things that are like divisions and, again, square roots or anything like that. And then anything that's float, of course, comes next. But generally speaking, we're building up this little circular queue of what we call blocks, planner blocks, and each block contains basically a single linear move described in terms of steps on the stepper motors themselves. So, you know, if you've got a 200-step motor with 16 microsteps, that's 3,200 steps per revolution, and that's how it's reckoned in the planner and stepper once it gets past all the millimeter stuff. And then it goes into this, so the circular queue is basically stuffed with new moves, and when the stepper routines see them, it starts up and processes them, sending them off as pulses to the stepper motors and direction signals and other things. So all of that is done, and then there's also calculation of, you know, how much to accelerate and decelerate on the move. So there's those things are all handled in a big. This camera keeps doing this pulsing thing. Sorry, I'm gonna regularize the light in here more, and then that'll help. I've got a fan overhead. I don't know, crazy stuff. Media tech, man. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with speeds, and, you know, so time comes into it because, you know, as you know, we want to have the steps happen at the right intervals, but it's reckoned in terms generally of intervals to the next step, or number of steps per interval that the move is supposed to take, and there's a feed rate attached. So we have, like, you know, this is how many steps you should be doing, and so it's all kind of passed on in terms of feed rate. Now there is something called inverse time feed rate mode, in which you send not the number of millimeters per minute you want something to move, which is a bit indirect, I don't know, semi-indirect, and instead you send 1 over the amount of seconds that you want the move to take, which is inverse time feed rate. So why 1 over? I'm not entirely remembering why, but it does work out that once you get that number, it's easier to work with. But basically inverse time, yeah. So basically it makes the denominator time and it gives you the denominator of time. And then you can, if you multiply something by that, or you get like distance, so you get your distance over time, you get your speed. So you can calculate all those things from that number. But the important thing is that it's time-based. And so at that point you're like, well, the move is supposed to take X amount of time. But I mean, we do reckon that, so, and of course those are the way, that's the way that, you know, general G code works, is you're given the feed rate. So at the lower level, you know, we're not doing a lot with looking at timestamps and numbers of microseconds and so on, or nanoseconds, so to speak. But we do set up the stepper routine to happen at the next, you know, proper interval. And then there's a lot of sort of ad hoc figuring out and dynamic, like changing of speeds as necessary here and there through the process to limit them, keep acceleration from getting too high. Wow, see this autofocus is really into the light situation in here. I think the more light you have and the more regular it is, the better it works. So I'll have that sorted real soon. I'll just get that light on, brighten this one up, change the angle. Yeah, you can tell it's very uneven in here. And the shadows are harsh. I'm using a ring light bouncing off the wall. This ring light I found outside. Someone was like, here's a ring light, anybody want it? I was like, you know, funny enough, I just happen to be needing something like that. So what should I go for? More warm? More cool? What do you think? I think warm is nicer, but this camera does its compensation thing, so we do have to put up with that. I may bring in some actual sunlight. We could try that. I'm not sure I trust it. But God knows this other light over here, just not useful. So let's do that. Okay. There. Now that's sunlight, right? Oh man, it's a bit too much, isn't it? Let's see if I can dim it down. Look at that glare. Wow. What is up with that? What is up with that glare? My blinders have actually melted as a result of the heat. It has been over 100 for a couple of weeks every day for the most part. It's been in the 90s recently, but that is still pushing it. Look at that, no matter how much, that's about right. Jeez. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. It's too much glare. I mean, I love my sunlight, but let's bring in a little bit. Maybe I can do that and it'll be fine. How's that? Better? Okay. I can get a little slow start here. There's nobody in the chat, and folks are probably, my guess, are probably over on a different stream, a different Saturday stream today, because there's a few that go on. I'm sure, you know, I'm not doing any giveaways, so screw me. But let me go to my channel and get set up with, so I can see my chat and all that stuff. My channel, chat, okay, there we are. And there, now I'll see anyone who pops up in my face, even when I'm not looking at OBS, which has a nice chat window that unfortunately is what's known as a floating window. So it disappears when you defocus the app. It's like, why would we have a chat and a screen share? I don't know. It's obviously just an oversight. There's probably, since of course OBS is like open source, I'm sure there's, you know, some fairly easy way to change that. But yeah, I'm going to just quickly take a peek here and see if there's anything about the behavior I can change. Like, can I get it to not hide the pop-up windows? It's probably not even an option, my guess. Acri, what a nice theme. Rachni, the dark theme, system theme. Stats dialog? Nope. Output. Confirmation. Record when streaming. Okay. Yeah, apologies to those watching later. Skip ahead a couple minutes if you want on YouTube. I'll have this sorted in a second. Importers, studio mode, multi-view, blah. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. It seems to me that system tray, that's nice, yes. Projectors, I don't even know what a projector is. Is that something that floats on my screen? Make projectors always on top, save projectors, one full screen projector per screen. Okay, well, that's nothing I can change there, so let's move on. Okay, well, let's make sure I've got everything ready to go and no private information is sitting on my screen for you to look at. And I won't even let you look at my input shaping notes because they're probably embarrassingly bad and wrong. I'm just learning some calculus for the first, I should have taken all this stuff in college. I dropped out I cite lack of money and some lack of interest basically because I was just not, I don't know, things weren't so stable at that time either. Let's see if we can't do something about this light. Keep messing with the light until it's right. Am I yellow enough for you? Okay. Yeah, it's got this overhead light is ridiculously bad. Hold on. That's supposed to be off. It's always supposed to be off. Yeah, and we're not pulling electronics off the table while I do that. Thank you. I do have a longer cord here. Okay, there we go. That's better, slightly better. We'll keep working on the light until we have something balanced here. It's very important. This is the most important part. You know, I can't be here looking unhealthy. You'll just be too focused on my jaundiced appearance. Not enough to focus on my code, man. And so will I. Vanity. All right. Let's bring up the old screen. Let's see where we're at. Polar graph settings. Hey, remember this one? 24401. Polar graph, I'm really excited about. I actually, I have a little polar graph robot myself. And I haven't had a chance to mess with it because it's broken at the moment. Or disassembled and then broken, and then, yeah, I got to print new parts and all that. That's good though. I get to make it a new color, and also probably go for a different pen holder, something a little bit heavier, something I can put more weight on. And okay, so this is interesting. It's doing a different position is reachable, which is good. You do that. Although it looks like it's almost a rewrite. I'm probably partly responsible for this. Or I may have moved. Oh yeah, I know. I see what I did. I'm just moving it from the H to the CPP because why not? It's not called that often. And sometimes that can be good to move things and make them more static. Okay, let's move on to what I'm doing. So yeah, actually, let's get out the simulator and stuff. Malformed object, bug fix 2.0. How malformed is that? Let's go back to Marlin. Yeah, I was messing with my sprite library because I was trying to refresh my my knowledge of SDL, and which is part of what our simulator is based on. So let's quit mail. We don't need that. And we will need VS Code and notes. I can probably put away for now. GitHub Desktop, Safari, the browser. Yep, currently open to nothing, but I do have a whole set of tabs just for GitHub Marlin work. And I was working on this tool change when probing stuff yesterday. There's so many little interesting additions every day that I have to review, which is my apologies. I would love to be working on more features and things and really dive in to the coding much more. Have you noticed this bug in GitHub lately? It's like, what? What? What is that? It leaves like the shadow behind when you do the tooltip. It may just be in Safari, but it's definitely it's a code bug, obviously. Yeah, it's been one that's been bugging me lately. It's so silly. It's like, okay, you show your tooltip, then you go to hide it, and what? Why didn't you hide the edges and the shadow and the thingy? It's so strange. And then when you go to like scroll it, you see that it is still there. It's not. It's actually part of the page, so it's not like it's like a graphical glitch or something. It's just, yeah. They'll fix it, I'm sure, soon, real soon. Let's do a hard reload and see if it may have been fixed already. Nope. Okay. Anyway, yeah, this kind of thing. So yeah, I'd be doing a lot more of this stuff than. So the fact that I'm doing research and learning calculus is really part of it comes down to like not really expecting anyone to just show up with a PhD or who knows what they're doing to suddenly change Marlin. I don't expect Clipper folks to come and be like, hey, you know, you guys are getting a lot of short shrift because Clipper's got input shaping and it's not fair. You guys deserve more love, so here is input shaping. That would be nice, but yeah, I have to sort of, I want to understand it to the point where I could implement it myself. And so what I can tell you is that at first, you know, I thought real hard, you know, because that's what you do. I thought real hard about what the whole point of it is and what it's doing. Let me just get a straw. Drink this in a straw. But yeah, the point of it and what is input shaping doing? And essentially, like if you can imagine, I've spoken about this before, but I'll review again for anyone who's new here. Basically, as you're moving along, you are creating, you know, these. Look at this camera. My God, I'm so sorry. It's like this. I'm gonna have to do something like. If there were internal settings where I could fix it to its current white balance, that would be really amazing. I feel it's not the app that's doing that; it's the camera itself. And as far as I know, there's no way to get in there and tell it not to. But yeah, I just don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that. But yeah, that's pretty annoying, huh? Just do that, and that's enough to throw it off. So anyway, sorry. So basically, the idea is that as you're moving, you're creating these. You know, you have to start moving, and then you have to stop moving. And as you do so, the machine itself like shifts and wants to move. But because it's a rigid body, it's rigidly constrained. It can only move a tiny bit. Maybe not. Maybe, you know, it won't move on your desk probably, unless it's like Chris's machines with the marbles underneath. But it'll shift, and then because it can't shift, it just resonates. So its natural resonance is what it resonates at. So there are certain components that'll have certain resonant frequencies, and those vibrations will ring, and we call it ringing because it's like a bell. As soon as you do a motion and start a motion, you've created an impulse in the opposite direction in the frame of the machine, in the body of the machine, and that impulse then rings back and forth at a certain frequency. And these frequencies are in the range of, you know, in the dozen kilohertz, I should say the dozen hertz range. So it's not super fast, you know, but it's low. It's well below like the range of human hearing and stuff. So you don't have to worry about most of the time ringing, creating actual things you can hear like a bell. But in your prints, of course, you see little waves where the ringing or the vibration of the machine is being propagated into your extrusion lines. Because, you know, you're working on really tiny scales, it's going to be very obvious. And so you see them around places where direction changes happen. So the bed is suddenly shifting in direction and it starts to ring. And, you know, we use belts, and those belts are not perfectly tight and they're somewhat stretchy. Not super stretchy, but just enough to be, you know, to keep them from causing major havoc. And there are other types of systems that we use for motion, like screws. And but all of these things really are, the resonance comes from the overall machine and its components, and you can't always predict what kinds of resonances you're going to get. So what do you do to prevent these resonances in the first place? Well, you can move really slowly, like accelerate really slowly. Start from, just make sure you don't do any major changes in speed or direction, but that'll slow down your print. And that used to be the old advice. We had, especially for rep wrappers, we don't make great machines. They're not necessarily super constrained. They're made of parts we found around the house or whatever. And you're going to get what you're going to get. So you just go slower and you get better results. More reliable, and usually that's fine if you don't care. If it's going to take half a day anyway and you're not in a hurry, you can give it another hour or two. But overall, we want to get things, moving. So there's been a real emphasis on getting faster prints and higher speeds. So you don't need a 2-hour benchy. You can get down to a 15-minute benchy or a 10-minute benchy or whatever, and still get a nice result. But in order to do that, you have to do something about those damn impulses. And so people have tried building very rigid machines, like the E3D tool changer, for example, super rigid. Therefore, it rings much less, and therefore it shows many fewer artifacts. And that's certainly a good way to go. But those tend to be, the more constrained it is, the more high quality the components will tend to be, and the more expensive it will be. And so, to get better results in the lower range price, under $1,000, is a real challenge, and especially for the really, really cheap machines. Now, there's a paper out there which you can read about filtered B-spline. I actually have it. I won't show it to you right now. It's got a lot of maths in it, but it's about a filtered B-spline approach. There's other papers I have on input shaping itself, which give the theory, talk about motion systems involving usually a crane, because that's a real extreme example. It's got long cables hanging down, there's wind, who knows what, but in a controlled environment, even then, the cables are going to swing, and so you have to figure out ways to cancel those impulses before they happen or as they happen. And so what input shaping does is basically it adds extra impulses or creates artificial impulses, you could say, in the motion in order to create resonances that are canceled by the expected resonances or the expected direction changes. So on the very simplest level, you could say you're doing a simple start, and then you reach a plateau speed, and then you go at that speed, and then you start to slow down, and then you eventually maybe stop. So at each of those points where you start, when you stop accelerating, that actually creates an impulse. When you start decelerating, that creates another impulse. And then when you stop, of course, that creates a final impulse. And so there are, in any given single linear move, you can say you've got 4 impulses you have to deal with and figure out ways to cancel. The impulses at the top of your arc, you could say, are not as extreme usually, because you're going from, depending on your acceleration curve, you may be accelerating at a very high rate and then suddenly not at all. We've got S-curve acceleration there, which starts you out slow, and then so you accelerate more slowly and you decelerate more slowly, and so there, or you could say more gradually. So it starts out, and but at each of those points, there's always some potential for impulses to arise, because you are creating these. Anytime you're moving this way, you are creating energy in the opposite direction that in the inertial universe, so to speak. So this whole inertial bubble around your machine you could think of, and so you have to kind of deal with all these forces. And of course, depending on the type of machine, you may have your carriage connected to something which has X and Y components mixed together, say 2 rods going through at right angles. That could work with bearings in them, and that's one type of system. You could have, a gantry that moves all together, and then an X that moves on the gantry. Of course, that's very common in your Core XY machines. And then you have different amounts of impulses driving that from the stepper motors, but ultimately the final impulse is in the thing's motion itself. So you can kind of think of that as a unary system in a way. And then you've got bed slingers, so-called, where the bed moves in one plane axis and y, and the carriage moves in x, and z only moves a little bit every so often. And so the impulses you have to deal with there are slightly different as well. As you're moving x, you're not creating necessarily too many impulses in the bed, certainly not pronounced ones, but it can ring. The bed can ring side to side if it's not super constrained. And then as you move the bed in y, you get impulses in there. And so you can think of those almost as separate. And classic jerk sort of thinks of things that way, separately. Whereas something like junction deviation is looking at changes of angle and inferring from that the kinds of impulses that will be driven in the system. But neither of these systems that we have in Marlin, Gerbil, Sprinter, whatever, none of these systems is really set up to look at this problem of impulses, and there's no necessarily simple way to insert impulses into this pulse stream, these artificial impulses. So, but you can imagine if the frame, say, is ringing at 25 hertz, 25 times a second, or something like along those lines, and you've been able to measure that, and you can use a caliper, and you can do other techniques with calibration objects to actually do measurements of the resonances in your machine without necessarily even having to have an accelerometer. And so that will be somewhat of the emphasis we'll take in Marlin, because it's a hassle. It's a real hassle to attach an accelerometer to like every possible board you can think of. A lot of boards do have free SPI pins or serial pins, which can be repurposed for SPI, which tends to be quicker or more direct. And there are I2C as well, and sometimes those pins are exposed and you can find them and use them. But to define that for each and every one of the hundreds of boards that we support right now would be a bit of a hassle. So initially the emphasis is going to be on measure your model and look at use a caliper. And then we'll have some guides for how to calibrate with a few steps. We'll just have like one way to deal with it would be make objects that are preset to do certain speeds and direction changes that we know from a given result what the frequencies are, and we can show images of that, and you just compare. At this height you got this result. Compare to this picture. That's the values you should probably use. So we'll have a fairly good guide, I think, once we get it sorted out. But the tricky part is going to be getting those impulses in there, and they have to be. And my first initial impression was, okay, well, 25 hertz or whatever, let's make it even. So let's say it's going at 30. It's ringing at 30 hertz, and you're getting this vibration. So what you want to do is, to cancel that, you would try to send an impulse at I think halfway through. So when you're about 15 milliseconds or whatever from the end of, let's say, 1/15th, 1/30th, so you say you're 1/60th. Here we go. You're 1/60th of a second away from the where this impulse is expected to be created. That's when you add a secondary impulse. You add an impulse that is like a stoppage, basically. You can either do it by slowing down suddenly or by speeding up suddenly. So it's basically like you're accelerating more than once and then you're decelerating more than once. And you just pick the right exact moments to do that, and in so doing you cancel the vibration, because you're creating an impulse, and then just as the impulse is swinging back, you're hitting it again, boom, so it's supposed to take that energy and basically cancel it. So that's the general theory, is just create impulses that cancel the impulses you expect, and that will actually give you the ability to go much faster, because, okay, now you know you can cancel impulses, great. So now if you go faster, it should work in theory proportionately. So as you go faster, you don't have to change it, you just have to keep those impulses in the same time slots. So that's why time-based stuff has become kind of important to the thinking of how Marlin should do its planner. And also there's been some talk about making it much more modular. So we have a nice a proposal which I got, which was cool. It was like some timers basically abstracted, so we can say, we can divide up the ISR more arbitrarily and just give it to these different tasks. And of course the tasks we would naturally attach to here are stepping. Each stepper would get its own little abstract timer, and then it would just be, it would get its thing whenever it was supposed to, based on that independent timer. And the independent timer would be driven like a Bresenham counter, the same way we already do. So we get the right proportion of pulses over that time. But it would be abstracted more. The problem with that is just that there is more overhead for it, and it's going to require a different kind of approach to the way we do the planning and build blocks and stuff. So simply plugging that in isn't exactly possible. And also for AVR boards, it's probably going to not work as well, simply because it does have that extra overhead. Of course, the question becomes, how much is saved in other ways when we start to employ stuff like this? Like, is there a lot of setup involved in keeping the single stepper ISR kind of non-abstracted? We have all these variables that we have to track, times and so forth, and they're all kind of glommed together in these little arrays. So there's not like an object called a stepper that has all the properties of a stepper, and then you go to the next stepper to get the next set of properties. Instead, we have some bunch of things for a stepper in a big array, and then there's another big array. And sometimes that's better. You get better performance memory-wise sometimes from reading an array than you do from, say, using something like a linked list that's jumping around in memory and causing cache hits. So there's a lot of factors involved, but with 32-bit processors, we have a lot of extra time. We have a lot more luxury of time, and we can do a lot more calculations. And we're not adding on like a lot. When you get a 32-bit board, you're basically running 8-bit Marlin, so just as optimal, but it's now on a 32-bit board, so you get that, dozens of times better performance as a result. And everything else kind of, comes with that. So you get, just more responsive UI, more responsive everything. So yeah, ultimately it's a challenge to get any kind of major change in these low-level routines. And just simply supplanting the planner and stepper routines it's almost doable, because we have a standard interface on the planner, and we are building blocks. And I could see where if we get to the point where we're still dividing up moves the same way we are, still doing all the same stuff with leveling and creating blocks in just the same way, I feel like those would all work. But then as far as setting up the stepper, then that ISR to then chew through those blocks, that's the question, is it like, would there be any cases where you'd want to say have one block with stepper moves and another block with stepper moves be allowed to happen simultaneously? You don't want to necessarily break it up in that way. I'd still like a single move to describe the XYZ, IJK, ABC, UVW, whatever the different axes are named. I'd like all those to be in a block move to kind of have them. They have to coordinate together, clearly. And if you set up the Bresenhams and so forth, all the values for those, and then you say go, and then those abstracted timers are allowed to start doing their thing. Basically, you just set a flag on them and they go. You have to make sure that they all get set at once, so you turn off the interrupts, set all their flags to go, turn on the interrupt, and then say, okay, now go process. And then it deals with all the abstracted timers. One of the good things about the abstract timers is that, well, some of the libraries, some of the platforms we have already have a kind of a timer abstraction anyway, that allows you to split up a single timer into multiple tasks. And then you have, but we are restricted on the AVR to a very limited number of timers. And then on other boards that are somewhere in the early stage, the early 32-bit boards, the slightly faster ones, your SAM processors and so forth, that we're incrementally bringing ARM into the fold at slower rates. Not super slow. Even the slowest is I think it's like 80 megahertz or something. So still 5 times faster than your your 16 megahertz, you know, mega 2560 or whatever. So yeah, it's there's a lot going on with this whole. Clearly, there's a lot to think about, but bringing all of these together, some kind of timer abstraction, more of a time-based type system, and all that can definitely make a difference. And I think it'll be interesting to continue to explore these, but obviously we need to come up with some kind of concrete solution at some point in time. And ultimately, I'm going to try not to say ultimately too much. I can't help it. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of work on that level, and yeah, you'll be here to see some of it, because there's a lot, you know, I'm going to be definitely some Saturdays, that's what I'm going to be looking at. Today, it's just fixing things up. So as usual, we have the pull request page, and today, thankfully, the newest thing is 3 days ago. I've been slowly going through these and shoring them up and getting some patches on them, but yeah, we're up to 3 pages of pull requests, and some of them are just, you know, stuff I've been working on. I'm working on my string helper class, which apparently is a little bit buggy right now. Let's grab that and fix it real quick. And this will get me in the mode, and then I will jump into the debugging of the screen stuff, which should be fun. We'll see. So let's see, string class PR. So right, I have to get the latest version of that. So let me grab it. Let's open that up, and I'll just go to the commits, and we will copy this, and I will do a git fetch upstream, I guess. Oh, maybe origin. Make sure I have all the latest things. And then I will do a git reset hard to this, and that brings us up to date. Pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, busted. What did I bust? I've just been playing around with string stuff, so some of this is like just experiment and see. Okay, so that's clearly wrong. Process subcommands now. Yeah, there's some updates to Pro UI that I did not account for yet. So yeah, that's the thing, when you have something sitting around for a while. Oh, simple sprite, that's not going to do us any good. Let's put that away. And that's the simulator. And yeah, here we are. Let's make sure that that has the address operator on it. And we'll just do a quick search on any cases where it's not what I want. So yeah, there's some F's. How about not F? That would seem to be wrong. Oh no, that's fine. As long as the thing is an actual string, we're good. Okay, I think it looks good to me. Let's hope that's the only one. Let's see, anything else? Well, that's the standout. Oh, and then there is something about draw centered string, but I think that is, I'm pretty sure that's D1UI itself. I'm going to double check that too. Where's that being called? And I see. No known conversion for M string to F string P. Yeah, so draw centered string. So I have some call to that that's passing passing this. So there it is. This is the exact issue right here. Again, stop doing that. Yeah, so the issue here is we need that operator to get the pointer of the string itself. You can also do .str. here. I think that works. But this is a shorthand for that. So there we go. So let's put these, I'll call this apply. And we'll just put that in here. And push that. And that should pass testing this time. We'll see. Okay, so real issue is the screen issue. And refactor LCD pins and options. Yeah, I was looking. There's another big one. I think I may have previewed some of that as well. Gosh, that bug annoys me. But yeah, that's the bug here is, or not bug, so to speak, but the issue here is that LCD's pins are defined in every pins file defines LCD pins for that board. So because the mapping is not always clear, some screens don't even come with, like, you know, cables that have your regular 10-pin headers on them, you know. They have like just loose, and you're supposed to figure out where to put them. I can't remember which display I used once, but I had to like come up with my own mapping and just find all the pins that were sort of like the best choices in the right range. And yeah, this is not a lot of fun. And in general, it's just like each and every one of them having this, it feels very ad hoc. And what I wanted to do was come up with a system for LCD pins to be separate. So you, excuse me, you would simply define on your board what headers you had for EXP1 and 2, or what pins corresponded to those, and then any displays that you'd use your standard, you know, 1 or 2 cables with ribbon cables and 10-pin headers on them would just use, would be easy to map. And so presumably it would mean a lot less repetition, and the pins files would become simpler. I'm finding that actually each time you need to come up with the EXP pins for the board, you need what I'm calling an adapter, similar to your Nintendo adapters or whatever. But yeah, it's an adapter, and the adapter is a mapping of what pins are the EXP header. And then, but the thing is that different displays have different adapters that come with them oftentimes. So when I bought like the G3D like ramps board, and then I got a G3D panel, it's essentially basically just a 20x4 character LCD, but it has its own, the pins that it uses are different. They're in a different order. And so when you plug it into an EXP header, you have to have a different actual adapter. Like, you can't just use a graphical display adapter with the panel with this G3D panel, as far as I know. I haven't really explored that. It would be interesting to see if it just happens to have them. But yeah, the idea is to get all these things, get each LCD in its own file with its mapping at least explicitly shown, and then so that you can go to each one when you need to deal with that LCD. But then, yeah, the pins files are ending up being not much less complicated, because you have to define an EXP header for each display anyway. And so you would just end up defining the EXP headers for the displays, and then, yeah, so it's a bit of a mess. And I think what I need to do is just I want to run a script where I get all the LCD pins out for each potential combination of motherboard and display, or at least each pins file, you know, that is distinct and that has its own display pins laid out, and just get those out into a database or a spreadsheet or something so that I can get them organized. And that's the main challenge, is everything is very much has been put together in Marlin over time in a very ad hoc way, and as a result, we have to stop every so often, reorganize, calibrate, collating, get in there and collate. And so, yeah, there's a lot of collating that we need to do to really get things together. So, yeah, and this is, you know, and yeah, so this, of course, PR here is about having an option to do a different tool change when you probe, not just, now currently it goes to tool 0 always, the first tool, but this is an option to use a different one. And I was messing around with it yesterday, refactoring it, cleaning it up, and so I'll be getting my feedback. And then I had to mention whether or not, like, there's a, each different tool may have a Z offset that pertains to that tool, and usually that pertains to like whether the tool is higher or lower, as a separate tool than the other one. Like if you're just doing a switch of a nozzle, you usually don't want those to have different heights because, if there's two nozzles that always stay there, you don't want those to have different heights. They really need to always have the same height. But if you've got something that swaps, one could be a little lower, higher than the others, as just a consequence of mechanical imperfections. So you want to deal with that, but there's a certain question as to whether that Z difference should matter to the probe that's on the thing, on the carriage. Like, what height should it be measuring, and how does that pertain to the machine? So it's like, I want to make sure that's clear, because right now, just trying to figure it out in my head, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know whether that matters. Like, if the tool is a whole, centimeter lower or something, like, what does that mean to the probe attached to that tool or associated with that tool? What would it mean to have? And this doesn't distinguish between, nothing here is distinguishing between whether the tool is picked up from like a tool changer type situation or whether it's simply a swap. So there's like, just simply saying, oh, we're going to use the Z offset becomes tricky for the hot, as the hot end offset or the tool offset. So yeah, and we don't really, at this time, still think of everything in terms of hot ends rather than tools. We haven't got this notion of changing from a laser to an extruder to a spindle. If you have a spindle, you have a spindle. If you have a laser attached to your printer, you're probably going to be using the fan commands to turn it on and off. But yeah, we need to have tool modes and things. So these are more things to do, right? And there's some question as to whether there's a huge amount of value to it all. Because we should be, I'm trying to get it focused much more on the 3D printing side. And a lot of this stuff kind of detracts to a certain extent. Drilling and pecking cycles and so forth, these things get involved. I mean, they're important to have. Things like, we already have some spindle support, but we don't have this kind of notion of the width of the spindle, the radius, and inside and outside cuts. All of that has to be done in your G-code ahead of time. So you do all your planning in your G-code ahead of time. You deal with your spindle sizes and so forth. And there is no concept of an inside or an outside cut in Marlin. It's all center cut. So take from that what you will, but eventually we'll get that stuff in there. We'll deal with those. But it is a challenge, especially if you have, like on a Cartesian system where you're, and that's what you usually want, a very simple Cartesian system for your spindle. But there have been proposals for putting a spindle on a SCARA. And in that case, the calculations for where the spindle's radius is at any given time gets trickier. So you want to make sure that you have things, I don't think you'd ever want to do that, but yeah, it gets trickier. And we tried. Someday I'll tell the interesting story of trying to get a SCARA to do everything from 3D printing to CNC milling at a time when it should have really been focused and narrowed its scope, because it was scope creep that killed that particular project more than anything, really. Like, everyone was talented and so forth, but burnout happens after you spin your wheels for a few years. So I was definitely at the stage of burnout by the time that came to an end. Anyhow, I'm not burned out on Marlins, shockingly enough, and I don't know why that is. I guess because I only have myself to blame for anything I would complain about. So, for the most part, except for those pissed off users that occasionally show up and ruin your day. I try to like not have them. You know, what part of the day is the best time of day to encounter annoying stuff? Not sure. Edit pins. Oh, that's interesting. We have pins. Pin this to my personal profile. That's interesting. This is a new thing. I haven't seen this in GitHub yet. Fork. Oh, look at that. These are some forks. Your forks. Oh, I guess these are forks I belong to. Yeah, I had to sign on to this one so that I could make changes. That's the ex-Lulzbot guy making better Lulzbot firmware all day long. Okay. Yeah, so okay, before everybody has switched to Clipper, let's get this going. Okay, so my strings are still broken. Again, this is new code that I haven't reviewed yet, that's why. Can't possibly be my code, that's a problem. Mesh edit menu is recommended. Okay, that's fine. And here again, this is that's interesting. Well, let's see where that came from. Line history. Okay. Interesting. All right. You see this, it's interesting. Why would I sprintf p something which is just going to get, which is basically, this is just copying a string. Like I should just do, this should just be this. Sorry, but that's the case. And then here we have something which is going to be printed as a two-digit integer. Here we have, okay, this is, I'm trying to remember, actually I could do this, file history, because if I'm the one who would have pulled out these strings, yeah, there they are. I yanked them out because I didn't want to use them if I could avoid using them. So yeah, these are there just for the purpose of d2strf. So here's how we do this. We do a, we say cmd, well okay, so cmd, we can just do setf underscore p. And then we say this. But see, this would be one way to do it, would be to set up, but since we're doing floats, we kind of have to do this. So we'll say, instead of this, we'll just say G30 S, Y, and then we'll just stick these in the middle. So we'll have get mesh X, and I guess we want to have typically what we'll do here is we'll say, I have a thing called p float t, which is for precision float, and then I just sit that in there, and then I give it a 2. And that does what d2strf does. And then I do the same with the other one, and that'll be the y instead of x, get mesh y. I'm not quite sure why this has, I guess that must be the index rather, not the x, but more like the ij of the loop. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, so that should do it. And then I just have to say set. And then, so it takes that, and then that, right, p float, and then that, and actually I can do this, just a character, and then it takes the p float, and puts that on there, and that's that. And then you just do that. So that's how the string class will work. You just do a set. You can also do things like, just use equals and stuff. So I could start out there and then do append and all that kind of stuff. But it's got different idioms just in case you have a different style or need to do something like just a single append. You could say plus equals, or you could use append. Either one works fine. And they chain as well. So you could say dot append, dot concat, dot append, whatever you want to do. So yeah, and these little interstitial things is just a clever way to get the right behavior. So if I pass a float, I don't know exactly what to do with it, but if I pass a precision float, then I get one like that. I can't remember what the default I did for float. I think I probably wrap it up in one of these or just do a direct D to sterf on it. But all that's in the mstring class, which I recommend you check out if you're into that. It's similar to the wstring, I think it's called, that's in the Arduino stuff. It's not much different. So yeah, so that's how that would work. G30X, Y, and it's just basically building the string. This will probably take more memory and more processing in a certain way. It's hard to say. I mean, when you do a printf or whatever, and you have like the format string, that actually does some things. Oh, look, a person. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you. I'm going to just do a zoom so I can read your name. Power Wiesel. Welcome, Power Wiesel. It's a good day. It's a good Saturday today. It's only 100 degrees out, and I'm keeping the AC on in here. Let's see if I can't do something about that. Might bring it down another degree. Yeah, it's 98 out today. My goodness. Yeah, this is the part of the day when it's the most expensive to run your AC. So I usually just let it get up to 80-ish in here, and then I'm probably stealing AC from somebody else when I do that. I don't know. It probably ends up still netting all the same amount of energy. Who knows? Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So let's not even look at that. Handle live adjust. You don't want to look at that code. I actually have, we have routines in our LCD code, like under Marlin UI, which is, I may have to do something with like taking parts of Marlin UI and splitting them out as general stuff. It's meant to be general, but then also has its own UI menu system in it as well. So there's like, you can use parts of Marlin UI, like the status message and so forth, without using the menus, and just apply them to some other screen. And part of that is we have manual motion code, and we have baby stepping code, and all of that stuff for doing like baby stepping of a Z, with or without the probe offset being modified, and all that stuff is in there. But everybody who does a new screen implementation doesn't know that, and so they end up writing their own version and wasting a lot of time. And so in order to refactor that and make it all fit with our existing code and have it be consistent, we'll have to go in and refactor that. And it's understandable that with the great variety of boards and screens and so forth, that vendors will be getting a little annoyed with having to deal with all that kind of stuff. But it's part of the game, we have to support new hardware one way or another. And it's not all going to shift to become Raspberry Pi in the future, as much as we would find that cool. So here I'm actually able to do a direct D to sterf, because why not? And I may find other instances where there's this kind of thing as well. Let's just take a quick look in the LCD code. Oh good gosh, there's a few. Yeah, like this kind of thing, like, okay, so you did a SN printf, and then you had a string, and then you had a character. It's like, wouldn't it be easy? I wonder if the code would be smaller if you just copied the string directly and then added the character at the end. But in order to add a character at the end, you have to actually do a strlen, get the length of the string, count up the characters, find the 0, and stick it on the end there. One of the things I really wanted to do with the string class was find some way where it's tracking the length all the time so that, and then of course it's, just a temporary variable. And then you don't have to do strlen and maybe it can be quicker. But it definitely has to have some kind of temporary variable, stack variable or whatever, that hopefully decomposes to a register that's keeping track of stuff as it's doing things. But I mean, at some point it has to be doing strlen stuff, and because we are using string copy, in the string methods and so forth. So yeah, I don't know. Ways of optimizing are likely to be tricky. This one's interesting to me here. It's just like, SFMT, yeah. Like SFMT, that's for something which could be a program string. So it has to have a capital S instead of a lowercase s. And that only applies to AVR. So yeah, there's some weird stuff in here. But like this kind of thing here, like sprintf p temp buff this with a why are you doing that? Why not just copy it? Is there something about sprintf which will sanitize the string or something? And it's not even used doing sn printf, so it's like, why? It should just be strcpy, strcpy, like this. Py, p, sure, and then you just get rid of this. Same here. Temp buff. There. I don't know why you'd do it any other way, but I don't know. Yeah, it's weird to find like that thing. I mean, that makes sense. Fine. That, fine. I guess if that's how trace works. And then these are just comments. And there's trace again. And what? Wi-Fi module too? No, that's what I just fixed. Okay. Yeah, there may be some kind of sanitization, but I mean, I don't think we're really taking advantage of that or caring about it, so it seems pointless. So, yep. Will that be the last of the string bugs? We'll see. So yeah, I do a lot of force pushing to keep the number of commits down on pull requests that are mine that I work on. And then if I've found something and it's not done with its tests, I'm like, well, I better force push quickly. Sooner the better, because basically it's going to do the tests twice anyway if I do it later. So I'd rather cancel the tests that are running now, save some energy, and start over. So yeah, we can put that away, and let's get on with the debugging of the screen stuff. So the first thing I'll need is to get out pretty much any old debug will do, but I do need to set up. So I think I actually have I've been working on the simulator, so I actually do have testbed sim here, and I'll do a rebase to make sure I have the latest code. Sorry about my poor coffee guts here. Let's see. Okay, let's do this. No more coffee for you. Right, so yeah, this is something that has been done as all the, so simulator base now has all the Delta stuff in it because Delta stuff is now part of every config, just because we wanted to consolidate them all and make them all more similar. And then this is not published, so I'm not worried about it, but yeah, total rebase. So yesterday, last thing we did was more Pro UI fixes, always more. Improving dev helper scripts here. What I'm improving. Oh no, it's doing that reload thing. We are going to fix that right away. So let's see what it says here. Recent branches, other branches. It does not say anything about default branch, which is usually does, which is very strange. It may be a new thing in GitHub desktop. But I figured out a way to get it to work. All I do is I go here and I fix this, and it should be Marlin Firmware anyway. And that seems to do the trick. I found. So if, yeah, I guess if I go back to bug fix 2.1 and pull upstream, I think I should do a git rebase here too. Git rebase upstream bug fix 2.1. Sometimes I use mine to just mess around and then forget that I did, so I have no idea what I've been doing. Fix the struct packing of TFT image. Oh, right. This was a thing where the sim wouldn't build if with a certain compiler if the packing on this structure was left as it was. It was originally like this, and I'm like, I guess it's not going to work out, so let's make it so it's not packed on AVR, I guess, which is where you'd really want it to be packed, because that's where the memory savings would be, right? Anyway, so let's go here, let's do a refresh. So good. Let's close that, and we'll do a build of the simulator. See where we're at. Oh, I need to get PIO upgrade. I should have done this already. I just remembered also that, yeah, don't use sudo when you do this. Okay, 611, good. That's a requirement now. Has been successfully upgraded. Okay, good. So let's build this sucker. Pardon any stuttering that appears. These chords are going to get pegged in a second here. Hopefully, they're supposed to get peggy. All right, linking, indexing, archiving, doing all the things. Voila. All right, so we have built the simulator. The result is an executable file called Marlin Simulator, which you can run. I'm going to actually open it up in the debugger, and I've actually been working on that part. So if we go to debug, you'll see that right now there's a bunch of options that are just generic. But in Marlin, we have a debug file for this purpose. So it's under, it's in build root. I'll show you where it is. Hide all this crap. It's in build root, share, platform IO, debugging, launch.json. So these are the things I've been tweaking, and actually the best way to debug on the Mac, M1, or otherwise, is to use LLDB. Maybe GDB works better on the Intels, I'm not sure, but I did find that this works. So now you go to this file, which is, in order to get to that, if you're in this screen, you go and you hit the gear, and that opens it. That's all that does. Yep. So you just replace, I don't need any of these, so I'll just get rid of them all and replace it with mine and save it. And now you see this menu changes. And so if I want to launch the simulator and debug it, I can do that right here. And I have it pointing to the right place. It's in this folder, debug. I don't remember, I think it was me. One of us along the way set it up so that any debug builder with the debug in the name goes into a debug folder, and that's, I guess, for the benefit of some other tool that likes it that way. So let's run this. So now you'll see the debug interface pops up here. Here's the simulator itself running, and there you are. And you can see it's got a screen simulation, and this is the part that we care about and going to be fixing. So our issue has been that under the motion menu, and to get there I have to actually use arrow keys and stuff, and you'll see again there's an issue where it's the interface, the main interface, also responds. So I need to do something where when this is clicked on, it becomes the focus. Anyway, clicking on it actually just goes to whatever's selected, so I'm going to use enter, And this is where the issue was supposedly arising. So if I go to move X, it should stay move X. And as I scroll down, it should stay move X, which it does. I'm going to add more. I might add I think if I go actually to Z, it has more items. So if I scroll, I want to make sure that it continues to say move Z. Yeah, it does. Okay. So it looks to me like this bug is possibly fixed already. I mean, I did fix it, and I'll show you where I fixed it. And we'll see that we'll check and see if my fix is comprehensive. But the cool thing is, if I really wanted to figure out what's going on, here's how I would debug it. So let's go to the code, and let's get rid of that. I don't know why it always opens the dock with this particular app. It's some behavior of the framework this is built on. Image UI maybe, SDL possibly. But I'll have to look at that and see why it opens the dock every time. It's fairly peculiar. Anyway, what we want to do is go over to Sublime. And from Sublime, we will go to the file that we're interested in. And we can debug. Well, actually, you know what? I should use VS Code. It would be smarter. Sorry about that. Let's go to VS Code, and we'll hide build root. We'll go to Marlin. This is where your source code is. And the stuff we care about is under LCD and menu underscore move, as you might guess, or motion. And this is the stuff that does all the motion menus. So if I'm at move X or move Y or move Z or whatever, this is where it gets all that displayed. So here's LCD move axis, and you can see it's being passed an axis. So if I go to the margin, you'll see these little red dots appear. And if I click on one, it creates a breakpoint. So let's make one, let's just make one for move axis right here and see what happens when we go to the simulator. So let's make it a little smaller. And then we'll be able to see two things at a time. So here's our simulator. And we can even hide this. And while we're in the simulator, we will go over here to the menus, motion, move axis, and this is going to be after I pick an axis to move and an amount to move it. Oh, this is where we want to make sure it stays. It still says, well, X is 0, so I want to make sure. We'll pick Z just because. And if I go to this, you can see it still says move Z, so it still knows it's on the Z. Let's go to move 1 millimeter, and here we go. So now we can actually hover over this, and you'll see it actually knows that it's Z-axis. And we can use this debug toolbar to do the usual things. Skip over, step into, step out. So we can just, if we use step over, it'll stay in this function and just go down line by line. And if we use step in, it'll go to whatever gets called as we go. So, and step out comes back to whatever called the thing you're in. So, you know, you get the idea. And then there's a restart if you really need to restart, and a stop to just kills everything. It kills your app, kills all your stuff. So let us step over this, and over this, and over this, and over this. And you can see it should draw, so it's going to draw. And step over that, and let's just continue to run. Up it comes back. This is now the current screen, so it's going to keep coming back here. If we go back to the simulator view, which I guess I'm going to have to, it has to be running for me to see it. So what I'm going to do is just keep running, and we'll see if any weird behaviors happen. And I'll turn that breakpoint off. You can also keep a breakpoint, but then uncheck it. So it's actually still there. If I want to re-enable it, I just check the box. It should show up in the sidebars like gray, and it probably does, but it's really hard to see on this background color. Probably is. But yeah, you can see other things. You'll be able to see, here's your local variable axis. That's the one variable it's showing us right now. I haven't always seen every variable that I wanted to see, and that's part of that is due to optimization levels. I think, like, if you're doing debugging on stuff and you really want to dig into the logic, look, there's position. You turn the optimization way down, and that way every line of code gets, there's code associated with it. Sometimes lines of code will get stripped right out if they're not doing anything. If the compiler knows it's not doing anything. Oh, look, there's that breakpoint. Cool. So it does show up. Yeah, so there's all kinds of things like that that it handles for you. So let's keep running, and we can go back to here. And you'll see it still knows we're on move Z. So let's see. Yep. Move 1. And yep. So let me move this. And it still says move Z. So yeah, it still knows it's on Z. So I think that bug is actually taken care of, which means there's nothing really preventing me from doing this quickie 2.1.1 release. So if you'll bear with me, I'll give you a little insight into how I do my release stuff, and we'll just get it a little further along. I might not do a tag right here and now, but I want to get a little further along and have a look at that. So back to Sublime. That's my preferred editor when I'm doing stuff I want to be quick with. There's a lot of visual clutter in VS Code, which actually makes a difference to productivity. I find, like, I don't know what it is, but all these little buttons on the bottom, I'm like, let's hide that. And you can do all kinds of things to make the layout better. You can do like a Zen mode. That's kind of the mode I might end up using more over time, because it's just so much nicer to have everything be completely isolated and you're just focused on your one thing that you need to focus on, just your code, nothing else. It can be really nice. I don't know about the centered part, because for us, for our screen driving purposes, it helps to just use the whole screen. Although that spoils me, I end up making these really long lines. But hey, it's a single menu item. It should just be one line, right? We know what it is. It's a edit item, a fast edit item, which means that the knob lets you accelerate. It does acceleration stuff. Anyway, let's turn off Zen mode. Cool as that is. So yeah, so my basic procedure for doing a release is first, I'm going to make sure that all the bots are here. So I want to make sure the configs are set up properly and that they match up with bugfix 2.1. Bugfix is sort of the basis, and I'm still calling it that. I know it's like dev. Yeah, that's the thing. Scrolling gets annoying, and I've also got a thing for the more I can fit into the same vertical area, the more logic I can kind of see all at once. And I see a lot of code bases that are just spread out with they've just chosen to put brace gets its own line, which is fine. If you're doing that way, a lot of that has to do with the fact that you're using Git or some other version control system. It's just easier to deal with less per line. One line that does one thing. One line does one simple thing. Use if, blah, else, blah. It's very clear to read. Ternary expressions can be really tricky to parse with your eyeballs. So yeah, it's understandable why, difference. But I just find that a more informal style is just kind of the way that Marlin developed and has been for a while. And I was like, well, all right, well, we'll stick with that, and that's just going to be our idiom. But there are places where it is much more laid out, where it needs to be. But there are places where I just felt it was something like this. This could be 3 lines, but all it's doing is one thing. I want to hide this code if this thing isn't enabled, and so that's what the ternary macro does. It'll hide anything it won't even emit this if this isn't enabled. So yeah, there's some stuff like that throughout to just to kind of allow us to have shorter lines. I also modified enabled and disabled macros in such a way that you can actually use them inside code. You can say, and that was a bit of a trick, but now that it works, it's really cool. You can say if, enabled blah, blah, and it'll do the right thing. whether this symbol is defined or not. It all knows what to do. So yeah, you can do that in code now. So things like that just help a lot. I didn't. You can't really break up these 3 lines that same way because setup run is a macro, and when you try to emit macros within macros, funny things can happen. So it may actually work. It depends on how the emission or how the expansion happens. But neither of those sounds particularly good, does it? But yeah, so a lot of things like that. But in general, like something like this particular file is very straightforward. The main code or whatever. But anyway, my procedure, yes. So I have a script I wrote called Mfrep, and then in that I just simply say what the previous version that I want to compare whatever head is at, and so I have to create a tag called, in this case, dev-2.1 on the bug fix branch, and on the bug fix 2.1x branch, in order to give it a basis to compare with. And so I set it on the date whenever I create a tag in the release. I create a tag on bug fix 2 also, at least on my local copy. I don't really like to push that up because the more tags you have, the more clutter there is for others to deal with. And I just use these for my release work. So, and if I don't have one, I forgot to, I can always figure out the date that I did the release, maybe go back and see, confirm what commit is on there and stuff. So I created a thing called Mfrep, Marlin Firmware prep, and it very quickly compares the logs of a couple things. And I don't remember why it does the back. I guess that's because of the version of sed I might be using or something. But yeah, and then it puts it in a temp folder. So if I open this up here, you can see I have these files. So the one I care about is the script file that it creates. And so what it's done is it's taken this set of commits from the release since 2.1. This is the whole list of all the commits that have been added since then in my local copy. And actually, now that I think about it, I actually need to push some stuff on my laptop before I do this because I have been preparing. And it took a while, so I should push those first. But then it gives me this list, and basically I know I've already done most of these. So like I can just go and I can pick out the lines that I want to use, or I can run this and just let it fail or whatever, because it'll actually try to. I did use set E, which basically that means it'll stop on the first error. But anyway, using bash. But yeah, I just basically, and then I stick these on comments on the ends of these lines. So these actually don't run, of course. But it makes it easier as I'm going back in the command history. I can quickly see, oh, that's what that cherry pick was, So it's pretty nice. So my little script is straightforward. It's the kind of thing you would write in Bash. And yeah, so what I want to do is I'll go grab my laptop and make sure that I push what I have up to the 2.1 branch, and then I will start, and then I'll get this thing tagged. And there's a couple of commits I'm a little uncertain of, but like for example, optimize planner calculations, brand new, but I ran it in the simulator and I didn't see any issues. It moves, it does what it's supposed to do. I didn't find any edge cases that were weird, so I don't know. I mean, it seems fine, but we can look at that if you want before I know you do. Let's take a quick peek at it, at what that looks like. So if we go, yeah, thank you. If we go to bug fix and we look at the history, there it is. So you can see what happened is we had a bunch of things that were expressed in square units. So instead of nominal speed, we would store the nominal speed squared, because to take the square root is expensive, but then later we would do a square root anyway. And so it's like, okay, well, that can be avoided, clearly. So putting little f's on things, that was just me. But yeah, so previous nominal speed is now, you know, squared is now just the previous nominal speed. And so it's the one thing is if you're comparing one speed to another just to find out which one's faster, the squared or the non-squared version works fine, get the same result. Of course, if you've got negative values, well, that's a whole different thing. But yeah, so let me take out the white space here so we can more easily see the changes. So yeah. So as you can see, there's some change here. Cruise rate is now coming from the block nominal rate instead of a initial rate, which is copied from the block up here anyway. So yeah, certain things are done differently. So like it used to be that initial rate was nominal rate times entry factor. And now it's like, oh no, we're doing, the cruise rate is no longer that. It's now the nominal rate from the block. It hasn't been, the entry factor hasn't been factored in. I'm not sure where entry factor comes factoring in at this point, but, or even where initial rate is still used. I might need to look at that. But these are the kinds of things that are like, yeah, how much testing can we do before we know for a fact that it's very good? And you know, we can run a bunch of things and check the results and make sure that they're all good. The main thing to check would be, like, after doing a move, what are the stepper counts? And that's kind of, you know, are they the same before the change, and are they the same after the change? Comprehensive tests like that are the kinds of things we really need to build into Marlin. And you know, if I had all the money in the world, I'd be out hiring PhDs and QA people and testers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so let's look where initial rate is used here in the stuff. And you'll see that, oh, well, the cutter, we may need to look at the cutter. So the thing is, anytime we're changing the code, like someone who wrote up a cutter document is going to be like, well, hey, look at this code here. Here's what's in planner. Here's what's in stepper. Well, you know what? That's not going to stay that way forever. So your documentation is you're just doomed to become stale. So please don't put it here. And don't even bother, you know, with this kind of thing. Here's how it works. Yeah, well, it may have worked that way once, but today I'm not entirely sure. I think it's been rewritten. So we're misleading people if we keep that stuff. So yeah, we start here with minimal step rate. And here we could do a min here, or a max or something. So you have initial rate is still being used. Here we're doing a square. You can see there's a square of the float. And so why take it as a UN32? Is it important? Maybe we don't need to, but I guess cruise rate is a 32-bit integer, so why not? Acceleration time, deceleration time, same deal, initial rate. So here's where it gets copied over. And yeah, I really want to know more about this. So yeah, it gets copied over to the block by the time it's here. But you know, this thing where it's like, nothing's been written here, so is it safe to use the nominal rate in the block? And again, what is this entry factor and why do we care? And why is the cruise rate related to the entry factor anyway? It seems to me the cruise rate wouldn't be related to the entry factor. So yeah, initial rate and final rate, like entry factor, exit factor, it makes more sense to me. So I see why that change makes sense. And it may be that never ended up getting used until it was rewritten. So yeah, there's a lot of things going on. But the contributor here, Tom Brazier, we'll call him Tom Brazier. He's been doing some really smart stuff, and he's very careful. So you tell me, folks, is this going to work? I feel like it's there. I mean, it definitely it runs a bit quicker. That has been confirmed. So yeah, that's the question. We'll see how it performs. But the changes are fairly minor and fairly straightforward, and also, you know, well documented and explained. So, you know, we'll know quickly enough. That's the thing. I don't like to make you guys the guinea pigs for weird stuff, but I feel pretty confident about that. This other thing in the TFT struct packing, I might have to fix that as well. Like one thing I know is, let's see, right now I do have sim, and I'm running some weird tests. Oh, yeah, I also have an option in here so I can mess with the different LCDs, make it a little easier to do that. If you haven't seen the different LCDs that you can use in the simulator, yeah, right now we've got, you can use a color UI, I think classic UI, lightweight UI, are all available, and you know, your graphical display. I don't think we have any kind of character display emulation in there yet. That'd be pretty cool to have. It's actually fairly easy to find sample code that simulates a character display for like you're playing an Arduino or included in a circuit program. But yeah, it would be nice to get that into Marlin somehow. I don't think they're built on the same kind of library we've been using, which is IMGUI. So anyway, I'll go grab the laptop and get that code pushed, and then we'll pull it down, and then I will do my Mfrep and do a tag and get some of this stuff pushed for your approval. The fix to the screen, to me, it seems like it's there. Marlin UI applies all over the place, so if it's fixed in the versions on the graphical display, then it should also be fixed in the emulated graphical display and any other, and the classic UI and other things like that. So I'll be right back. TFT, baby. Oh, pardon the buzz. Here we go. So let's do a quick check of the Discord. I like to involve the Discord a little sometimes. Yeah, last week I got some comment about last week that I should have shown more images of what I was talking about, in particular the whole like social debacle or whatever, like that we had on the with one of our users, some contributor guy. But yeah, I didn't want to. I really didn't want to get too into the details of like what was said. It was just obnoxious, and so I left that stuff out. And as much as I suppose I was, aiming to somewhat shame the person, which I hate to be that guy, but yeah, as much as I was aiming to sort of like, make the case that was bad behavior, we'll say, yeah, I didn't really want to get too into detail because it's all just noise, So let me get the old online and change my status to live streaming. Live. We'll just go live. Live. And we'll clear it in 4 hours, just in case I forget. I think I'll be on for no more than 4 hours. We're going to keep this one short and sweet. I don't want to, my streams have gotten so long that it's like if I post this stuff to YouTube, nobody wants to watch 4 hours of anything. 4 hours itself is pretty long. I recommend definitely skipping around if you're on one of my streams later. Oh, well, thank you for saying that I handled it well, that guy. And then you read it. Yeah, I mean, if you're on Discord, you can certainly go into one of our, it was all on the GPL channel. And I wouldn't say I handled it. I mean, I sort of was just like, I had already resigned myself that this person was going to be going away because it was clear that anybody who would take that first step that he did was clearly not going to back off at any point, or take a break or take a breath or anything. So it's just like, okay, well, I've given up, so all I can do is let them know just how all the various details of just how annoying they were. And then pass them off. But yeah, I had to just ban them off and block them, and they kept trying to get in and be obnoxious in other ways, and I think they ended up getting removed from GitHub. And I didn't even complain to GitHub. I just did what I had to do. I blocked from Marlin and left it at that. I was just like, okay, I'm done. If they come around, I'll block them again. It'll just be whatever. And if they continue, of course, that kind of behavior gets noticed by GitHub, and they just end up banning people. So I figured I didn't have to do anything. He would probably just keep being obnoxious and end up getting himself banned. So okay, let me put myself on the live stream with voice. Hello, is my voice heard? Yep. Okay, good. Hi guys on Discord. How's it going? I am doing the live stream today on the Discord. So yeah, I've been getting into some details on the Discord, as you see, recently, and we were looking at the funky behaviors of platform I/O when it comes to upload. The upload option for a native target doesn't upload anything; it just runs it, which is fine. I mean, I guess, but that's not what upload is. Semantically, I don't expect it to run. There's actually an action or a target called exec, exec, and that is, that'll execute your whatever you specify. So you don't even have to necessarily specify what the binary is, if I remember rightly. You just say, hey, I want you to execute whatever binary you ended up producing, and it'll do that for you. So it gets you out of the need to know the full path. But I mean, it's kind of silly in a way, because like when you go to launch something for a target, and it's for a debug session in VS Code, it doesn't know necessarily about platform I/O per se. The debugger is a VS Code thing that's about debugging any old native binary that you have. So it doesn't really care about that stuff. And so when you're doing like a debug session and setting it up in VS Code, there's no like automatically find the binary that you can fit in the field, as far as I know. There may be some way that Platform I/O could pass a variable up to VS Code, and then you could use that inside your debug script and say, run the executable with this that is associated with this target. But there's a little bit of separation there. Maybe one way to do it would be for Platform I/O to put a debug target in VS Code, and so it actually is like in VS Code. I can give you a quick show here. Let me just go over here. If you're interested in VS Code debugging, like here's your file. So yeah, like you say type. So here you have CPP debug. So it knows automatically to do a C++ debug session of some kind, and then you specify for this type. You also have an MI mode, the console debugger that the MI debug engine will connect to. So you have GDB and LLDB. Those are the two options available for this particular type. And you'll notice that when you hover over things, you can get some info about them, because these schema are actually defined somewhere. So pretty cool. Can be launch or attach. And so here you got launch, PIO debug. So actually there is a thing called, let's see, like type, here's a type platform IO debug. So yeah, that actually is the platform IO debugger, come to think of it. So yeah, there may be ways to use this target, the platform IO debug, and then have it use the right and automatically find the executable for me. Like that's the part I would like it to do, is like, where is the executable? I don't want to have to say my home directory projects blah, all the way down. What I'd like to say is just, and actually I don't need this. This stuff, I don't know why it's even in there. I don't remember why it's in there as a default. for VS Code. It might have been part of, I'm not even sure where it's coming from. Anyway, but yeah, it'd be nice if I could have it just say, yeah, just use the executable. And maybe if you leave it off, maybe it knows what to do automatically. But yeah, here it's got like, okay, pre-debug, fine. But then you must have to set some kind of thing besides PIO debug, because I want it to use LLDB, and I don't want it to use necessarily whatever debugger is in this tool chain, because it might not, well, hopefully it's native. But the thing is, when you're doing builds in Platform.io, they're almost never native, and so you don't expect there to be a debug that would be native debug. You would have some kind of, debug with ST-Link or something like that. So I actually do have an ST-Link debug option as well in Marlin. So, and I've used that for debugging with the SKR2 board, which is one of my favorites for keeping on my desk, because it's like, yeah, everything's set up. I got the 12 volts right there. I got the yeah, everything I need is right where I need it. Except these cables are a little tangled up in ways I don't like. Ew. But yeah, it's so, and I've even got ferrules on my power plugs. There we go. So yeah, so anyway, let me get my GitHub stuff pushed for 2.1. And if you go to the 2.1x branch, you will notice new commits appearing there. About 29 of them. Yeah, so yeah, I didn't want to have to go through 29 bloody commits, so you can see why. Okay, so those are actually up now. So let's put this aside. And I do trust that, for the most part, all those commits, but there's also I want to make sure that everything matches bug fix as I go through this as well. Okay, so back to here. Let's go grab 2.1x, fetch upstream, pull down those 29 commits. As you can see, I already stuck a tag on there, but we won't be using that tag. We'll just stick it here for now. Okay, so let's rerun my Mfrep, and you'll see there'll be a difference. So this time it had, some 40-something things. Let's delete that. Delete the select items, yes. Yes. I don't know why it's still there. That's very peculiar. Let's reveal it. Sometimes there are bugs. Don't save. Okay, so it did delete it. That's peculiar. Remove, please. Should remove from project the same time it deletes. I don't know why it doesn't. Hello. There it is. Remove from project. Thank you. All right. So Mfrep 2.1. Boom. And this time we'll make a new window so we don't have to deal with any clutter. All right. So, okay. I think I forgot to put my dev tag on the branch. What do you think? Well, it must be there. Let's cut that out. All right, so let's go back to bug fix, and we'll make sure that the tags are in the right place for this. Yeah, look at that, BF-2-2.1. Oh, it may be that I do need to change my script or change that tag. Let's see if I remember how this works. I think I put that first, and then I say dev. Failed to resolve. Oh, goes the other way around. Now we know. It makes more sense this way. I don't know why I always think it's the other. Same with like the ln command for making a symbolic link or whatever. I never remember whether is it the thing you're linking to that comes first and then the name, or is it? I always have to look that up again. I'm going to have to just put a big poster on my wall. Don't forget. So yes, there's 2 tags on here, as you see. And hopefully, that means this will work better. Let's find out. Let's delete this. And try again. Ah, it's better. That's more like what I was hoping for. Okay, so I know for a fact that these are all already merged, matched. These are already squashed with another commit. This is one of the weaknesses here is that the when you move commits or bring them over to another branch, yeah, block those toxic people, man. And that's the word, toxic, man. So anyway, yeah, when you have these commits, the numbers change, of course, every time you move them or change them. They're all unique because they're basically I think it's a MD5 hash or some type of hash of the diff file itself, which should be totally unique because it has a different date on it. It has different contents. You know, even if you do one a second later, it's going to have a different, you know, timestamp by second on it. So every one of these is unique and distinct, or meant to be. Of course, there's always the possibility, random, that you might get an identical hash, and then I think there's some trick that's done to make them unique. Like if it finds that it's one that matches somewhere in your history, it'll be like, it'll add a mystery byte or a mystery bit, or do something to it. Or there may be some digit that doesn't count, that it just ignores, and that is there to differ. I don't know, just to differ. I'd have to look at the Git source code. Anyway, there isn't much here, so this is great. And these, of course, I don't care about because these are me. Oh, this one might matter. I want to see if taking that out breaks the sim. It'll just break compiles. So let's go back to bug fix real quick, where we're working on our sim stuff. Let's undo this commit and then try and do a build and just make sure I get the expected bad can't build results. I should get well, what happens is it does a full build, and then at the end it says that there's some alignment issue. So that was where I got the clue that it had to be something to do with packing. I was like, it's probably struct packing. Something is an odd boundary that doesn't like. If it works this time, I'll be shocked. Oh yeah. See, now it compiles with or without the packing. So it's like, was there something else I changed? I don't even know. I don't know. Like, that's still packed. So I just don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So for now, I guess I won't push that but if it turns out to be a thing, and the thing is, it's not a huge number of people using the simulator, so that's really partly the reason why it's not a big deal. Oh, wait. Of course, I'm being stupid. Hold on. One quick thing. I got to switch to a different display, of course. If I do let's do color UI. I think that's the one where it fails. Yeah, this time it'll fail. Check it out. Whoops. Might want to make this a little smaller just because. Okay, try again. So I think this time it'll give me the issue. Yeah, it was really tricky to find, but I kind of just went searching for the word packed, and I was like, well, I'll find the word packed. I know it's going to be around here somewhere, and one of them is going to do it. And you can see it's in somewhere in this. It's like, it's got something to do with LCD, TFT image. So yeah, it wasn't too hard to find. Okay, so that's the issue right there. So yeah, that needs to be there. So undo, discard. That's enough of that. Yeah, so let's include this. I'll push it. I will push it now. Let me see. First, it's a, I guess it's a build thing. I like to think of it as something else, but well, let's go with this. We'll go with a Band-Aid. I'm using side effects of GitHub desktop behaviors to get all the things. Let's stash that for now. Push this upstream. There we go. I honestly don't know whether, see, it does pretend to be an AVR when you do this build. Or no, it's only on AVR that it cares about this packing. I think everything else, I think the reason I turned packed off for the rest is like, well, if you're on a 32-bit processor, you've got space to spare, so you might as well spend a few extra bytes for, you know, a byte or two for each image. Who cares? These are big old images anyway. What's a byte? What's a byte to a friend? See you later. Thanks for stopping by on the stream. It's good to see humans once in a while, in real time. Cheers, Power of Easel. Any relation to Elie Wiesel? Okay. Loaded questions in these troubling times. Moving on. Elie Wiesel's pretty cool writer, from what I haven't read any, but been meaning to. I think the last actual physical book I read was like The Varieties of Religious Experience by William James, and that wasn't even in a physical book form. It was like a PDF. But really good, written in 1900 or 1899 or so, thereabouts, turn of the century. And it's about his exploration of people's weird experiences that they had connected, that they associated with religion or spirituality or supernatural or whatever. Just basically, they tripped out spontaneously for the most part, and or took drugs, and or, you know, starved themselves for months, or, you know, typical things that people did back in the day and still do, and had weird experiences in their heads and projected outwards in the world, as you do when you're tripping out. So yeah, it was sort of exploring that and trying to understand the common features of these experiences and sort of look at them in the psychological way, which is somewhat, you know, revolutionary in some sense. You know, it's nice to see the scientific method being applied to questions of personal experience and so forth. But damn, what am I even talking about? I love my tangents. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. Let's undo that here. Hold on. Whew, I am being really uncareful here. Whoops. What I meant to say was push this, not that. We don't need the sim test there. That's for me. Actually, I should put that on my, I have a test bed for the sim. And these are the base configs. I should probably bring mine over to here. See if that helps. Hey, what do you know? Items? I don't know. I don't know what you call it. I guess I should just put this on, what is this? Font utils. Surely that must be fixed, right? Let's make sure. Yeah, I've got little scripts for everything. Marlin Firmware rebase, and apparently oops still counts. Interesting. I'm not sure how much I need this. This is going to be an extra long character type because wchar is only 16 bits wide, true. I wonder if this is something that I used. Let me take a look. Oh, here's what's going on. I was messing around with testing the consistency of these chars just to make sure they were all good. So yeah, I think that was part of it. And so yeah, if I look at font utils, I should find that plus some other things. Yeah. So I was messing around to see what I could make sure that everything worked properly and that this, because we have wide characters, but they're only 2 bytes, expecting like basically just for European languages and some special accents that you get on it's basically, you know, the romantic the Roman letters we're used to, and then but with accents. I don't know if that all of them count as romantic languages, but like Vietnamese, for example, is, you know, written out, at least there's the phonetic English style version where it's all written out with accents everywhere. And oh my God, it's hard to read, and probably harder to speak if you're not used to it. But anyway, it's one of those languages that could probably fit in 2 bytes because it is like just accents on romantic letters, romance letters, Roman letters, Roman numerals. Let's see what else is going on here. Oh, I did do some improvement to dev helper scripts. I want to push these, maybe? Let's take a look. Restore to defaults if requested. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I added a default. I may want to keep that. And then use example configs. Oh, it figures out which curl, or whether it can use curl or wget. And so, yeah, I can see what I'm doing there. Yeah, there was another thing where we had a script that was pulling down like configuration star.h, and that was causing some issue because in certain situations there's a you'll have a configuration underscore secure, and that's GitHub's been told to ignore that, or you tell Git to ignore that file because that's meant to be yours and you're not supposed to share it. So yeah, so that causes some issue if it pulls that down or tries to revert it. It's like, I want to revert this, and Git says, I'm not going to continue because I don't like that. It's like, oh, wildcard, why? So anyway, yeah, we've got a patch lying around for that. That should come in soon. Anyhow, yeah, I think this is, well, it's just MF test after all. Compare it to my personal MF test. And see how different it is. Oh, it's the same version I have in my possession, so that's good. So I will push that in a moment. Let's actually bring it over here. And let's get rid of this. Don't need that mess. And we do this, undo, oops. Add default flag. and then use either curl or wget, depending on what you have. Meanwhile, wow, it's been so long since I looked at my own work. I'm like, okay, yeah, if you have arguments, then do the things. And it does this thing where it fetches them from a repo, which is fine. Fetch the defaults instead of reverting to them. You can't always reset, that's the thing. So, okay, so let's put a pretty icon on that. And I just call that a helper. Sometimes I'll put like the little improved developer experience kind of icon on there, but and I guess since we're doing last minute stuff, I will do a quick check of the pull requests and see if there's anything that is a major thing that I've been meaning to bring in, or that I have brought into the configs but haven't yet merged. And I can check that pretty readily. So that's not ready yet. That's not quite ready yet. This one might be ready. I had a couple questions about it, but it's fine. So let's go and check this out. This is a new board called the eMotion. And then apparently someone named Christoph, which worries me, fixed this, but maybe it's a sane person named Christoph. But yeah, he fixed some things. And yeah, my suggestion was only, let's see, so there is something called an S3 pin. S4, S3. So yeah. So yeah, you decide. Okay, I think that looks fine to me, although I don't like this S3 pin stuff. Like, we got to figure out something to do with it, right? It's just a spare pin that's sitting around unused. It's hard to know what to do with it. We can call it an I-stop pin, like so. How about that? Just in case. Why not? It's kind of a first timer, really. It's all right. I think that's good enough. I like what we did. Noted for the extension headers, add a comment. I found it confusing until the order used in Marlin is reversed. Yeah, I hear you. So yeah, what was that comment? M4, I see. M5, okay. Oh, I see the schematics also. Yeah, I mean, I'd really like to do this, but you know. With respect to, hey, isn't WRT supposed to have little slashes? Isn't it supposed to be like this? That's the customary way to write it. I don't know why. It's just one of the things I've noticed. I noticed some weird shit, man, I gotta say. Yesterday I was like, somebody was mentioning something like, hey, what was this person who was tried on this and they got, everything was cool, but they just got, they went to jail on essentially a technicality. I think they were like, was it Martha Stewart? And I was like, I think it was Leona Helmsley, wasn't it? And like, how the hell do I remember Leona Helmsley? Like, why did that ever stick in my brain? Like, who cares, right? Backward numbered. I'm sure I like the phrasing. Pin numbers, reversed, we'll just say reversed. It should say, I should say exp, xp, header, pin numbering is reversed in Marlin. Sorry, I love WRT, but compared to the schematics, e.g. gets a comma. If I could make it italic, I would. For example, exp012r 10.9. Yeah, I get you. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. We just ended up with all our EXP pins reversed. That's easy enough to fix. All I have to do is just do a global search and replace, and then I can get rid of this. But it's so hard to do that because of this issue, which is our comments that describe the pin headers are, you know, they've got funky formatting. So like if I, you know, just give you an example, here they all are. Here's a bunch of them, and you can see they're like, oh yeah, I just have to reverse the numbering, easy, no problem. I'll just replace every instance where it's like this with, you know, the reverse. But you just can't just replace a block of text like that in a in a whole code base. It's really hard to do. I mean, you could do something like this. You could replace all the 10.9s with 2 1s, or 1 2s, or whatever, 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Yeah, that would, like, you could do this kind of thing. We replace all these, like 10.9. But if you did that, you wouldn't, you know, you couldn't just replace it with this, because then you'd have, when you went to replace 2 1 later with 10.9, you would have 2 of them, and then they would all be, it gets to be a mess. So you have to do something temporary, like, I don't know, you put something weird in there, like, instead of these pipes, I'll put in, I don't know, backslash or something like that. Of course, backslash has a special meaning, so I don't know. How about that? But then you have to make sure, well, if I do that, I want to make sure those aren't anywhere, right? So, yeah, I could do this everywhere. That'd be interesting. I mean, could try. No harm, right? No harm, no foul. This is how I do a lot of this refactoring stuff. Sometimes it's just, okay. And where do I do it? I guess I'll just do it in pins. Still 46 files? Okay, fine. So let's do it. 10.9 becomes 1.2, actually. See, I almost messed up. All right, here we go. 8.7 becomes 3.4. 138. I haven't been totally consistent. 6.5 becomes, and there's actually, in these cases, sometimes there's a pipe, sometimes there isn't. 5.6. And interestingly, like now that I see that I've reversed the numbers around, like the slashes are kind of redundant. But they'll still be better. It's still better than not putting them there, I think. Only 12 across 4 files. That's because of the pipe thing. Check it out. So if I do that, if I do this, I have to do that. 10.9, 8.7, 6.5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think so. $103 more. And then if I do space, and there may actually, if it's at the end of a line, it might not even have the space, which is unfortunate. So I remember to put that in, and then put a space there. 18. And now what if there's, you know, what if it has like a return right after? I have to deal with that. And there aren't any. Okay, good. So here we are at 6.5. Okay, now it gets a little easier. 4, 3 becomes 7, 8. And you'll notice basically they add up to 11. Everything adds up to 11. 4, 3, 138, sounds about right. 2, 1, and now we're done. 9, 10. And then there's the question, okay, well, I guess they have to all align, right? So that makes sense. It should justify like that. 9, 10. 138 across 46 files. Let's take a look at the results here in GitHub Desktop. See how we did. Ooh, cool. Okay, so it looks like it pretty consistently worked. It's a good thing we don't have to reverse the actual EXP header names. All right, now we've got that. Now let's go, and some of these might actually be, correct, and I'm screwing them up. Oh well. So what I should do is look for a slash followed by, oh, now we're going to have to do this, followed by some number of digits and some number of spaces followed by a slash. And I feel like I'd like to do a regular expression to replace them all, but I feel like that's dangerous again, so we'll simply do this. There we go, 135 of these. Not 138. Three, 4. 3, 4. 138. 5, 6. Oops. Pick up sticks. Oh. Seven, 8. And 9, 10. $138. So yeah, pretty consistent. Look at that, isn't that nice? Look at that. See, I'm not so unclever. It just takes, 5 replacements before you get it all right. So pretty cool, pretty cool. All right. So how did I do? 10, 9 became 1, 2. Yeah, that seems all good. Now we have to do the same thing for all those names. And that's actually a very similar procedure here. So we just find EXP, and we'll do 1 and maybe we can do 1 and 2 simultaneously. So if I do, we'll just name them explicitly, and then there'll be some number of digits here. Well, I should just say 1 pin, so that we're doing a little better job. So I really want to here, let's make this part the captured bit here, just this, and this. Oh, actually, I think I should be able to do this. Yeah, I see the problem there. Okay, so this will become, and I'm going to give it a unique name. I'm going to call it QQP. There you go. That's not going to mess things up, right? QQQ. We'll do it that way. Plus the thing we captured, and 1 becomes 10. And then we make it a regular expression. So before I go crazy and replace all of them, just make sure 1 works. Find, there it is, replace QQQ 110. Okay, 1 becomes 10, and on and on. So we just have to do 10 of these, and then I have to reverse the QQQ back to EXP, and then we'll be all done. The reason for that, of course, is that if I were to replace just with 10, of course we get that situation where you end up replacing things you already replaced and it ends up a mess. So 1 becomes 10. Here we go. 1, 21 occurrences across 5 files. It's surprising that there are only 21 and they exist across 5 files. Let's put these in first. Update pins, EXP pin order. It's surprisingly easy. I can't believe I didn't do this sooner. It would have been saved me some time on some of the stuff I've been doing, like translating pin diagrams and things and schematics. Some of these may even be correct, but you know, screw it. I think more will be correct after this. So only 5. Let's take a look at what we got. Oh, you know why? Because pin 1 is usually just not used. 10, as it were, is usually ground or voltage or whatever, so we don't specify. All right, so that's that. Now 2 becomes 9. 09. Only a couple of those. Now we'll get many more this time. 8. 222 across 47 files. Now we're talking. Number 4 becomes 7. Just remember they add up to 11 if you're not sure. 5 and 6 add up to 11. 6 and 5. 7 and 4. Excited yet? This is all just to get a release ready, I tell you. 8 and 3. 9 and 2. And finally, 10 becomes 1. And we now can replace QQQ /D plus /D with EXP. $1. How's that? Let's make sure that actually works. It should. Oh yeah, no problemo. The rest, please. 2162. See, I wouldn't want to do this one at a time by hand, would you? And so, shockingly, amazingly, it replaces it everywhere, and we are happily done. So that's interesting. E3, EXP1. I usually like to call this EXP3, if I may. Ender 3, EXP1, even though it's basically because it's just, if I do it on all, like some boards have all 3. So if I want to make it consistent later for the pins refactoring stuff, yeah, there's a number of these, so let's take care of them. And also I'll do the reformatting after I'm done. So we'll start with this one. So anything that's EXP1, EA3 EXP1 is going to be EXP3. And I'll do the formatting myself, I guess. All right, that one was easy. Next. 3. And here we need to, this one I'll just run through the pins formatter. Script, which is written in JavaScript because I was having fun with Node one day. And I was like, Node works. What do you know? I can run JavaScript in the shell. How cool is that? So yeah, that's good. And let's see how many left we've got. Is that it? Well, of course. E3E. Is that all the E3 XPs? Okay. Great. So yeah, this takes care of pin mapping across the board. Wow, neat, huh? So it's interesting that I do this like if ndef exp8. I really should do an if ndef exp1 or something like that. But, or maybe just like do some kind of test where I can look for it, or I don't know exactly. Have some standard test that looks for any of the XP pins have been set, but I feel like 8 is probably a fine random one to pick, right? Because I figure it's pretty much always used. Also, EXP, now that I've moved 10 to 1, like the beeper pin is going to be EXP101 all the time. A lot of times. Many more times. All right, so let's do that. Renumber EXP headers to match schematics and other firmware. Because actually, yes, other firmware does this. To match schematics / other firmware. Just give me the little thing saying, that's too long. Pins. Should I say clipper? We'll do that. I like to mention clipper once in a while in a commit message, just in case someone's paying attention. And this I will call, oh, so much better for everybody, basically. I'm going to say for the user experience, because frankly, users run into this stuff too, as much as developers do. Oh, I'm so glad that exists now. Gosh, that feels great, doesn't it? Okay, yeah, I gotta put these together. Yes, okay. And I'm sure if I got anything wrong, someone will correct me out there. Thank you for doing so. Okay, my friends. Let's move this to a proper place. I think what I should do is take care of this, merge it, and then do the renumber afterwards. Done a renumber on the EXP headers, so that should help. Pins, contributors, going forward, as we say. Renumber on the EXP headers. Okay. So I did say use I, so that's already on here. Let's squash and merge this sucker. Emotion, Emotronic board, micro delta rework. Let's assume it's a 3D printer. I don't know if we need micro delta anything else. Emotronic, Emotion Tech Emotronic. And we just put a shiny sparkle on there. New. Did I remove the comment? I never did. Oops. Well, it's coming off with this anyway. So let's go over to bug fix and pull it down. And we shall return to emotronic. Move this over to bug fix. Boop. What? A conflict? Impossible. What did I miss? Did I do something else that I didn't notice? Okay. Renumber from 4 to 7. Sounds good to me. Oh, I did an either on it, that's why. Apparently, I did not do a merge on that, which I ought to have done. And then this also has either instead of any. And that's basically it. Everything else should be the renumbered stuff, yeah. Okay, we're good. Please cherry pick properly. Okay, and then did I put the emotion board in there? Let's make sure I got that. Yeah, there it is. Emotronic. Yeah, and I removed the comment. Okay, yes, this is very nice. This will make things so much nicer going forward. I'm surprised it was as easy as that. I kind of knew it was going to be that almost that easy, but I had actually come to think of it. I wanted to double check the pin header like comments because I know those are probably not fully consistent. So I want to look for 10.9 with any number of spaces in between, and any number of spaces after, and looking for a pipe maybe, and a pipe with any number of spaces. And so if we find that, oh yeah, and also those are special characters. So yeah, look, there's one. See, I didn't get them all, and that's because these were not properly justified. So this should be 1 and 2, and that also looks like, other ones look like they're good though. Looks like everything else came out fine. Wow, that's the only one that was messed up. Man, I've been pretty consistent. I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. Consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, right? According to the movie Wonderland, it's the hobgoblin of. It's not just consistency. It's a foolish consistency. Don't forget. Some consistency is okay. And it's the foolish consistency we worry about. Okay, wow. I don't know, I feel like looking for 6.5 or, like, we're going to find any others? 8.7 or anything like that? Oh, there's one. Look at that. How did that? Oh, there were no spaces. That's why. So yeah, we got to consider that, right? But it looks to me like this would be the only one, though. So yeah, simple enough to fix. 2, oh wait, 3, 5, 7. Oh shite! I also forgot I have to swap where this is. Or no, actually I don't. That's really cool. So yeah, I don't have to move that. It's just the numbers are changing. It should still all be good. There you go. Okay. No more 8.7s. Oh, but there's one. Three, 5, 7, 9. Okay, good thing I checked. Star. Okay. Good. Got to get all of them, right? Great. So yes, this is great because yeah, it keeps the slot on the right side and still keeps our numbering consistent and good. And yeah, EXP208. Yeah, great. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, this is an important one. I hope you devs who are watching now appreciate all the search and replacing that I'm doing for you, because I don't know why it was ever that way in the first place, except we picked an order and it just happened to be Murphy's Law, Finagle's Corollary, or whatever. If something can be done wrong, it will be done wrong, so make sure that your plugs are either reversible, and it doesn't matter, or they can't be put in the wrong way. That one matters a lot to me. That's a good one. So back to our 21x, let's bring over those commits. So let's see what else we have here. Actually, I'll just redo the Mfrep script again. That worked out so well last time. Open with Finder. And here we are. Oh no, what did I do wrong? Did I remove that? The tag should still be there. Gosh. What's going on? Bug fix 2.1. Surely, yeah, there it is. I put it on there. It still exists. Did I do something funky to my Mfrep script? I don't think so. Should work. Kind of surprised that it's being weird. Okay. Oh, well, fine. Let's put this all away for a second. Same thing. Oh, no, got it right this time. I don't know. That was a little funky. Not sure what happened there. It may have been just a momentary glitch, or I just didn't. I think it's supposed to check. It does the git checkout for us there. I don't know. Maybe my Mfrep was looking at the wrong branch. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's all good now. So yeah, so let's get what we can. I think that doesn't belong. I mean, if we go and we do a cherry pick, you can see. What? Do not include this file. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything. Yeah, so some of these, the ones that don't have any number on them, like this, usually these are probably not in there, but the others are. Creality test follow-up. I think that might be done, but okay. Git cherry pick abort. So yeah, every time I get something that's, let's see, fix warnings, recompile. Let's see if that got fixed. It says here, pre-flight checks has a conflicted file. Let's check and see. Oh, there they are. And should be like that. Continue. Is that and apparently that was already in there. So undo, or just undo. I like to keep that clear because it messes you up sometimes. All right, so next. So we know those are all good. Update board MCU comments. Okay. Optimize planar calculations. This is the biggie. You're going to love it. Also update RM for settings.o. You can abort that one. It's already in there. That was part of something that I merged and glommed together, which we just saw. Steinhardt's C coefficient has been added. We don't need that, that's true. Some Pro UI fixes, always good. Fix that struct packing for the simulator, which I may just look for simulator and do the change the packing based on that in the future. MF test default, yep. Finally, the Emotech. And oh, you're gonna love this one. Yay! So now we're totally up to date. Now the way I would make sure that everything is actually in there is I do a git diff head with bug fix, 21x, and then I do a git apply on it. You've probably seen me do this before. It's just a quick way to it's sort of like doing a git reset, except nothing in your commits changes, just everything's fine. But what you see is the differences between whatever your target is. So you'll notice, sure, README, version, warnings. I'm not sure when this changed, but this clearly needs to be brought over so we can find out when that happened. We can go to warnings.cpp and make sure that we get that commit. So this is sort of my last minute patch up, things I missed. File history. It should be the last thing. It's part of support for 9 axes, apparently. It just maybe never got in. I'm not sure. Num axes is now based on the driver type settings, so you can remove num axes from the configuration. It's interesting. Let's make sure that that's a thing. Not it is. I mean, I know that. Define num axes 9876 blah blah blah. So yeah, it's automatically determined for you. So, and yeah, that definitely needs a patch. So let's just make it a patch for this. 9-axis warnings follow-up. Fix a 9-axis warning. I don't know. Is that got a hammer or a, I'll just go with this. Warnings kind of count as documentation in a certain sense. Okay. Right, that's going to be changing. Like, why is the word from media here? That's clearly a tweak. I don't know how that got missed. Say SDIO comment. How do you deal with acronyms when they start with a S? Do you say an S or AS? A SDIO, a serial. I mean, I know that, if you expand it, it's like, how about this? We'll just do that. The SDIO comment. So again, I mean, I feel like this should just be combined with the previous one. Fix some comments. So yeah, all these go away. We don't need these. And then, yeah, we'll be changing that README will be generated automatically for us. And we will be updating the version here ourselves and the date. Okay, so that is it. That's it. Everything's in there except for these little bits. And we'll just mix them together. Keep it less. Fewer commits, always better. Okay, I have not pushed these yet, so let's put our tag there just for now. And actually, I'm going to need to do an additional set of changes for the version. So let's get it going. Let's make it happen. Let's look for 2.1. actually... I almost feel like, well, we just have to go to version. Version.h, here we are, so yeah. 2.1.1. Today's date is the 16th of July. That would be 7/16 in this format. Okay. Next. Right. We have this now. That's good. That's already been done. The other thing is to make sure that the configurations don't have anything that hasn't been merged in them yet. And the one last thing I do want to do is, before I do this, oh yeah, the README might change. I'm not sure. 2.1 read, yeah, 2.1. You used to say something like, the latest version is 2.11. Yeah, and that's going to change to 2.11 as well. Okay, good. Yeah, that's one of the things I don't think is actually automated. So let's do this. We'll just say Marlin 2.1.1. And previously, when I've done the version release, I've done a little tag on it like this. And it's a little tag, I guess. It's hard to tell looking at it what it is, but it's a tag. You've been tagged. All right, so the only other thing I want to do is just go to bug fix again, recheck the pull requests, see what kind of, see if there's anything that really is ready-ish enough. Like pull graph settings, for example, I think is getting close. Like, oh, and there's some 9-axis stuff in there. Let's take a quick look at it. It doesn't introduce new settings. It just deals with, well, it does extend M665. And that's the main thing that it's doing, is it's providing new settings. We just need those to be well documented, that's all. And so I'll have to run over to the documentation site and stuff. I also have a few configs sort of waiting in the wings that I have to review. But we're trying to redo the configuration system so that we have a way to just generate them from a set of, when we want to change the values in a config, we'll use this schema system and then you can edit that, and then we'll use that to generate the configs, and from that, hopefully we'll, that way we have, if you want to have unique configs for different added features, it's a lot easier, even though it's obnoxious to have a separate config for like, oh, well, I have BL Touch, but this one is a BL Touch mounted on the right, so I'm going to have a separate config in the examples for that. Like, no, you can't do that. We got to keep them down. They're meant to be examples, not like definitive, but they've kind of grown into this thing where they're meant to be definitive now. I like this. Oh, you have 2 tabs open. Oh, really? Which 2 tabs are those? Safari. Oh, there's one. This little thing is a little bit obnoxious. Sometimes it doesn't quite work. I remember I had to create a group recently, study calculus, and I was like trying to put it in and drag it to a new spot, and it just would not go to the new spot. So hey, everybody produces bugs. It's not just me. I feel like I'm in good company. Okay, so configure and refactor tool change when probing, that needs more work. More refinement, more testing and study. My string helper class is still screwed up. It's definitely not going in right now. Although it's passing now. Yay, okay, so it's not that screwed up. Good to know, good to know. But yeah, that's going to be really neat when it gets in there. Hopefully. I don't know. I mean, I like it. I like being able to do things with strings without having to type out a bunch of string copy commands and stuff. Create a buffer on the stack and make sure it has the right size. And, I mean, these are still, you still have to specify a size that you're going to use, but seems it's more straightforward, I think, now. It'll prevent you from overrunning that buffer. That's the main thing. I also have an option to turn on an unsafe option where it doesn't put trailing zeros on things, except in like maybe the strn copy case. But normally it doesn't. Like with a regular string copy, it won't bother. So, take that as you will. The other trick is like the way the string class works is I started out with a 0 on the front and then I stick a 0 on the end, both, and that's probably extra work, but it's for safety, and I feel like safety is more important almost. It's not like you would overread a buffer is not a big deal per se in Marlin. Like if you overread a buffer, you'll find a 0 eventually. Your screen will show some garbage characters, or the serial output will show some garbage, and you'll know there's a bug right there. But if you write to it, you definitely don't want to be writing beyond the ends of a string, and that's the main thing I'm trying to avoid. So, places where I'm trying to do the reading part, I'll try and maybe mitigate, but anyway. Yeah, so that's all right. Polygraph settings, I feel like that's probably fine to put in. I could probably bring that over now. Polygraph is one of those things that, if you're using it, and you'll pick this up. So, and this is not changing, again, it's not changing any settings, so I feel like this is probably fine. So what do you see? What do you say we get a little polygraph update in there for that? M665 polygraph, M665 settings. I am kind of keeping it in M665. And should we call this new? I think I will. It's more than just a refinement. It's really introducing something new. I believe I did get that set up properly for testing as well. Okay, let's get bug fix. Okay, let's bring that over to 2.1. And you'll notice I'm not paying a lot of attention right now to 209, though I do have some things to push up there, and I should be tagging it. I want to get this up and tag. I feel like I maybe should get that pushed and tagged first, just because this will show up the way that the releases page on the thing on the sidebar on GitHub works. It shows whatever you last updated, and if I create a release for this before I create one for 2095, then that one will be the one that shows up in the sidebar, and that's kind of annoying. So let's quickly check out where I'm at with 2.0, and I actually I might have some things to push to that as well. So there's 2095. Yeah, I probably should get out the laptop and see what I've got to push up there, because I know I've been working on that as well. Fortunately, bug fix 2.0 has really been pretty quiet, but I have been bringing over things manually from 2.1. That's why it's been getting more stuff going on. But yeah, let's go to bug fix 2.0 and 2.0x both. Let's see what I've got for 2.0x here. Okay, it's in sync with what I have right there, so that's good. Let's just see where bug fix 2.0x is. And it's in the same place too. Okay, so yeah, I could probably tag that. I'm trying to think if there's anything from 2.1x I want to bring over. I may want to bring over, let's see, I know if I did I should probably require the new platform I/O So let me, let's see, I seem to have all that over here on the desktop, so we can do that. Yeah, I haven't even been going out much. I just like to sit on my couch with a laptop sometimes. Although lately I've been overdoing it, and I'm getting a little bit of a shoulder ache and some of that carpal tunnel stuff. Or what's the other tunnel? Medial, distal tunnel. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, there's something going on there. Oh, and that's obviously not right either. The warnings recompile. So yeah, let's bring over that. I don't know. I feel like I should just try bringing over everything and see how many things fail. But the last thing I did was that, and if we just go over like, all right, sure, polar graph settings. Can I even bring that over? I think I can. I feel like that should be brought over. I don't know about this. There's been so much that's changed in, so like this I feel like maybe. That should be, oh, that's already in there. Wait, no. 20x, yeah. I feel like bug fix 2, I should be bringing these things over to bug fix 2, not directly to 2. So what do you suppose I should do? Should I try and, I don't want to do like a merge. I obviously can't do a rebase. I don't know, 2095 is like that long-term support concept is neat when you have like people who are really into that version and really want to preserve it. But yeah, long-term support as a concept for the old version is kind of like, you know, that just happens to not have 9-axis. It's definitely on its way to being retired, so to speak. So yeah, a few things happened here with all these scripts. So like that happened, and did I bring them all over? I feel like I brought a lot of them over already, because I've been kind of doing it as I go, but you know how reliable that is. So upstream bug fix 2.0, please. So the last thing I did was 2 days ago, and prior to that, I did bring over some things. Yeah, I feel like bug fix 2.1 has a few little bits of treasure I should bring over. Like this make file had a lot of junk in it, and like so. Should I just try one at a time until I get them all? Like I'm not going to bring that in. That's a configuration change. That's a fix. That's an actual fix. Does that belong in 2.0? Apparently it does. Although these things will show up as empty if they're already in there. So okay, that's good. Okay, carrying on. So that was from July 6th. Let's go back a bit earlier. Gyre's UI updates. You know, I feel bad about pulling Gyre's UI out, and I really want to reinstate it. Mayogars. I may have to, and this one, contrast init. Again, this is, oh right, there is an emotion. I gotta bring that over as well. How did that end up in there before the emotion tech LCD even ended up in there? That's funny. Sheesh. Oh wait, no, that's the LCD. Oh, okay, so there's a board, and then there's an LCD. Well, now you know, if you're really into that little delta. Okay, so I know we're up to some areas here. So we have, let's see if that applies. What do you know? Just fine. Okay. Carrying on. feel a bit bad. I need to do like the compare between the two, and I don't want to bring everything over, obviously, but we're already going back here. Like, was that something that happened? And do I need to bring it over? Abort. Maybe. Let's find out. I need to bring over whatever. So yeah, test builds we do not include. That has a conflict. Let's see if it's already in there. That's probably the case. And interesting. I believe that's probably what it already was, and this is just, okay, continue cherry pick. Was this already brought in? No, it was not. Okay. And look at that, that actually does do the no bootloader stuff, so like right away. I think that must have been me. I feel like I had something to do with that. No, it was definitely not me. Okay, so that's from July 3rd. Oh wait, no, this is what I was looking at. Look at that, it's already, okay, never mind. I know what I'm talking about. I was on the wrong commit. Okay, so that's already been brought in. Opulo, Lumon, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I think we can go back to a bit further back. I mean, these can be brought over any old time, and I can just keep tagging 2096, 2097 every day. But again, it's going to keep showing up on that thing. I did a cool encapsulation of PID in a class. That's kind of neat. Like typically, I mean, I guess what I might do is just boop, 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 get rid of all the cron ones. Cron. Just try and drag them all on there and see what happens. It's a lot of complaint if I were to try that. I think it's just going to be like, no, you can't just bring them all over. You idiot! What are you trying to do? I think I already did that. Cron. Certainly might have done that. Cron. Any more cron? I think I got all the cron. Oh, nope. Yeah, I'm sure there's way better ways to do this. If you, people really like Git Kraken and other Git tools for this sort of thing. You can look side by side at a couple branches, and this GitHub Desktop doesn't really let you do that very easily. Well, at all. You could maybe run 2 instances of the app and looking at different branches at the same time. Looking at different working copies, but you can't look at 2 different branches at the same time because it's a global state. Okay, where it's a state that's local to your directory or whatever. Your working copy. Okay, so hopefully some of this will, I mean, it's a lot. Let's find out what happens if we just drag it on over. I know a lot of this is not going to work at all, but I'm curious. So this one says LCD print. Okay, find the issue. What happened here? It's lchar, follow-up, and I guess, I mean, I wanted to use access char, but I think that's like it's still a bug fix 1 thing. Okay, you're good. Continue, please. What? It didn't finish all of them. It couldn't have. No. I think it can't do all of them because, yeah. So, yeah, that was dumb. Okay. I should just do like a comparison, honestly. If I do like a git diff, it'll be quite obvious. And if I go backwards, of course, that's one of the easier ways to deal with it. You just keep going. So we got as far as July 3rd with OpenBLT and code, which was already in there, so that goes away. And that one also has nothing, that goes away. So you see all these things are already in there, and it'll just let me do that. If you go through like a git, if you do like a rebase interactive, it'll show you that this or that is empty, and so you can just remove the empty ones. But yeah, this way of doing it is kind of obnoxious. But anyway, let's work backwards and we'll see how far we get. Should I the renumbering of the XP pins is a big deal. I don't know if I want to even do that but maybe. Remove obsolete split move. Did I put that in already? Apparently I did. So yeah, again, I'd like to do a comparison between these two. Let's see if my Mfrep script is useful. And yeah, so it's doing a comparison between that, but if I change the dest, it can actually do some, I think I could do that. Say bug fix 20x, for example, and I want to move from, and it'll automatically pick bug fix 1x. Oh, what's all this? Oh gosh. See, it's supposed to be 21x. That's part of our issue here. Well, let's make this 21x for a second. That's strange. Of course, I already have a updated version of Mfrep in the folder. Make sure I got the right one. And this is, yeah, that's the one I want. Make sure everything's cool. Right? Good idea to double, triple, quadruple check whenever you do stuff like this, that's for sure. Is that folder still there? It is. Goodbye. Oh my goodness, that's so wrong. I just don't know why, but it's for some reason it keeps getting it quite wrong. But then I do it again and it's fine sometimes. So obviously I am just tripping. Let's see. Ah? What? Do I not have a tag in the right spot or something? Let's double check. So there's 211, sure. And there's 21. And then in bug fix 21, I did create there it is, dev 21, June 3rd, it's like a whole month ago and a half. Let's get my Mfrep and just make sure that it is doing the right thing. Oh, here it is again. What the hell? Right. Hello? Two, one. Okay. Let's try that again. I have no idea. Let's see. Okay. Clearly, the man is clueless. Why do we allow this man to touch Marlin? All deleted. Screw it. You're all gone. Just do one last batch. Boom. Oh, there we go. So there, yeah, not much. So yeah, I should be able to just go here and go. Oh no. Okay, well, yeah, we know that's already in there. Abort. Yeah, let's see. See, I already know that was in there. Fix warnings, force recompile. Yeah, that's these two together. Form that, and then that. Wow, okay, so it did turn out to work. I just, oops. What? How is that not, how is that even bothersome to you? Let's see. Dest is 2-1. Oh. See, look at that. It is buggy. Apparently my Mfrep is buggy. Oops. Oh yeah, actually, come to think of it, I want to leave it alone on 2.0, but that's probably part of my confusion. Is just I want to make sure it's the same on 2.0, but different on 2.1. Oops. Oh, that's interesting. A little difference here too. Oh, BF versus dev. Yeah, I'm actually using dev now, so I'll just have to make a note of that. Huh. So in this case, you do end up just having that. So it is fine on 2.1x. It's just 2.0x has the, shouldn't be, actually come to think of it, I shouldn't be doing that on 2.0x. See, that's fine. Oh, but it needs more, clearly. Where is that? Fix warnings, precompile. Fix firmware upload. Yeah, it's now debug print. It's got like a debug print in it now. So carry on. And yep, it does debug print now. Make sure that's all proper. But yeah, I think that's the case. 2 days ago, and that also got fixed. Now I know that that other thing needs to be fixed as well. This force recompile thing. Oh, I had a follow-up. This one, yeah. Yeah. Make sure that's all there. And that goes there. So that it's all of a piece. There we go. Mm-hmm. 2 days ago, July 3rd, July 6th, etc., etc. Nearly there, nearly there. I wonder if I go back if it'll still say force push. It does, look at that. Okay, well we can do that, that's fine. Okay. I did some other things with the simulator stuff, but another way to find out what's, what needs to be moved over would be kind of do a diff. Just, look at the two. I mean, there's a lot of diffs. And then see if, then just figure out where each diff's thing that's missing, what its commit was, and dig it out. And yeah, it's a long process. Yeah, Jari's UI. Did I totally remove that from 2.0 or what? Or did I just leave it alone? I think it's one of those things I just never brought in the changes anyway, so. It is in there, 2.0. Yeah, I do want to bring it back. I feel bad about it, taking it out. Jacob and his crew had been doing good stuff, and then this one person comes along and messes with it. Just not cool. Just not cool. What's this? Oh yeah, PR24111. Sometimes I like to just delete these. I'll download it later. Meanwhile, let me rebase this on the upstream. Git rebase upstream bug fix 2.1. So make sure I got all this. Yeah, it's already been done. Good. Okay, let's take a look again at 2.0. Should I go for it? Let's do it. It's going to be different. It's going to be a lot of stuff. 300 plus, of course. So yeah, all these GitHub things, they can go away. Don't worry about those. Mftest clearly is getting an update. So I'll have to find out when that happened. Let's make some notes. Mftest. Changes to bring over. Let's still go with Mftest. Okay. Use example configs. Yeah. Gotta make sure I bring it over correctly though, because this may refer to the wrong repo. But maybe not. Looks like it's good for both mfconfig, I think I may, yeah, not worry about. It's kind of historical. MFFP, same deal. It says 2.1, 2.1. Mfrep, anything important there? I feel like no. I should be looking for BF and. So then we have all this platform IO stuff, including, so we've got apparently something was removed. Oh, let's see, so we're gonna need some of this stuff. I'll just mark them and then I'll kind of keep them here and as a little reference. PIO util has been extended. That's worth keeping, I guess. This Marlin binary protocol. I feel like this can be brought over because it's self-contained. Upload.py. This has a lot to do with the new system, the new platform IO itself. And I think this can be brought over. So yeah, I don't really need to take these notes. I can just try and bring over the commits in some way. Maybe I'll use like a stash or something like that. Then we have this test, which actually we're not even running tests on 2.0 anymore, so I feel like maybe we are. I don't want to bring over things that might be breakable, though. I feel like, right, and this is going away. Oh yeah, this went away along with yeah, maybe I won't be deleting that from 2.0. I don't think that's a good idea. Meanwhile, documentation. I guess I can get rid of this log to file here. Features, well, we are locking to a certain version. Oh, I did preserve Gyre's UI here, good. These instructions still apply, I do believe, so yeah. The thing is, I haven't been matching commits per se anyway, and a lot of these are mine, so if I do a lot of this stuff as one big commit and just not care, that's not a big deal, is it? Nah. It's kind of nicer to bring over the actual commit, but you can't correlate them necessarily between two branches. That's the thing. You can rebase a branch on another branch, and then your commits will tend to match. But that's really tricky with this code base, the way I've messed with it over some time. So yeah, comments here, still keeping the steval. That was the removal of a certain stepper driver, the STmicro L64 XX drivers and stuff. All right, so yeah, these old configs I don't want to even look at. They can't be changing much. This I can definitely bring over. No. Drivers.h, nope. Keep that. Language, discard. Macros, same. Serial, nope. I'm not going through all 300 of these files quite like this. I know there's a lot of stuff that, like all these pin renumbering, I hope I can bring it over, but I just did that, so I know I can bring it over. If I'm gonna bring that over, I'll be able to bring it over pretty easily. Then we got this bx common file, and the bx went away. I feel like these pins can all be fine, or should all be fine. I don't think we renamed any pins, did we? It's hard to say. I mean, if I bring over this one,
I'll look at that, like the BX stuff. Let's just mark these. And then all these things that change just their pin headers and stuff, I'm going to have to like clearly a lot of stuff has been brought over that isn't just these pins. Well, that's staying. Sure, E-space steppers. So a lot of these comments changed apparently. That's part of what's going on here. So, okay, let's just get the ones that are like, these are obviously added. I don't know, I guess added ones I should keep too, right? Or at least make note of. Yep. Yep. Okay. Oops, just the comment, please. I mean, these are such minor things, but so be it. Minor or not, we must deal. We must deal. Yeah, how many pins files are there now? The answer, my friend, will surprise you. Many. Okay. See no harm in bringing that over. After this, I'm looking so forward to having a nice lunch. Luncheon. Okay, then we got this new Creality board. An entirely new Creality board. Then we got a comment. Another comment. So yeah, I'm effectively cherry picking here. Not something I try to do in normal life. I hear it's a bad intellectual habit. And they got that and that. So yeah, no giveaways today, sorry. Giving away free code tips. If anybody wants good code tips, just ask. Sometimes these streams do this weird thing where they'll like hiccup and then get broken up into pieces. We've been on for about 3.5 hours now, which is surprising. So yeah, I'm going to cut off in a half an hour because I don't like to go too much longer than 4. Get some food, but I may come back and continue because this is what I'm up to today. Happy Saturday. I should be out biking somewhere that I could get attacked by a bear or something, but should I bring over the emotronic? I feel like that's probably going to come over. And that, and these are all going to come over. And that's interesting. That's staying. That, and that, and that, and those. I don't want to remove the stval. That's part of the ST Micro purge that we did. No affront to ST Micro. They do really nice stuff, and they put out a pretty good newsletter. Right, and there's a warning that we can turn off there. There's the emotronic, so that'll be coming over. Yeah, I can see a lot of these are just. I know which ones are which, and to a certain extent. So I can do stuff like, okay, bring over emotronic, then do the unstash or whatever. Nope, no extra axes here. CHO, nope. M306H, yeah. I want to make sure that M306 is all updated. This Steinhardt coefficient is not coming over, sorry. Maybe this cutter mode stuff will. That would require an update, and I don't feel like doing too many configuration updates for this update. Okay, that's staying. Yeah, that is staying. Sure, call it an E space stepper. This thing, the inné mask type, I did it a different way. Fine. Oh, yeah, no. I don't want to be like messing with num axes, linear axes anywhere right now. Laser power inline trapezoid, looks like that went away, right? So let's make sure we get that consideration considered. Laser tray, yeah, I got all kinds of laser changes, which hopefully don't affect E-steppers. Yeah, that hopefully are easy to bring in. Laser, there's the laser stuff. Laser stuff. Laser. Laser, laser. Laser, laser. Laser. Laser, laser, laser. More laser. I assume this is all laser, but yeah, it sure looks like it. Laser power, cutter, and then now this num axis code stuff, which I gotta be careful about. Laser. It's amazing the laser stuff manages to skirt all the 9-axis stuff. So yeah, all this laser stuff's gonna be happening. And I mean, if I bring over the PR or whatever, or bring over the commit, it should be easy to resolve. Oh, and here we have, those are improvements. These are essentially similar. So yeah, I want to bring over all of this. Not sure how this plays, but clearly it has J, IJ, it has to go away. That can't be right. Or can it? Well, we do have IJK, but I think they must be handled earlier. Or maybe, yeah, there they are. Have as IMS pins is up there, so yeah, I just moved it up, that's all. And then down here we have your has IJK. Those are all fine. It's the UVW we got to watch out for. XY. Boy, I forgot about many of these. Here we have again IJK. No. Okay, good. I came close to messing that up. Not too badly, of course, but. All right, UVW. Yeah, okay. So there you go. Meanwhile, ProUI did get some changes. I may bring that over soon. I gotta be careful with these though. Like what's up with this? Motor current PWM, logical axes, linear, yeah, so that's all 9-axis stuff I gotta really watch out for. Watch out. Gyres UI, I do wanna not remove it. So it's still in 209. And I'll bring it back. It's just a message needed to be sent that you can't tolerate people who behave in bad ways. And it's just like, you know, it's not and I've talked to Jacob. It's not his fault, you know. I mean, it's not his fault. You know, you put your trust out there, and you just hope for the best, right? Sensorless probing stuff. Do I need to bring that over? I wonder. I might need to. Mag-mounted probe. Again, watch out for that UVW axis stuff. Mag-mounted probe, actually, that's a new feature. I don't want to bring that over. Sorry. Sensorless probing, though, is fine, but... Yeah, okay. Sensorless. I feel like this is... sensorless stuff. Again, I gotta watch out for UVW. Okay, it looks to me like... yeah, and I do have a comment on here. Delta sensorless probing, yeah. Okay, onward. Polar graph, yeah, that's again, we already had polar graph. So, enhancements to polar graph, fine. This whole thing with the planner optimization using hints, I love it. But I feel like that's, I don't know, like all this stuff with the block bits and stuff, it's all good. Laser, yeah, all this laser stuff. This is gonna come over, I mean, yep, I did that. I did do that. Laser feature, sure. Why it's volatile, I don't remember, but you know, volatiles. Then this planner hints is a biggie. So I'm like, how much of that can I bring over? Let's just make a mention of it. That was one of the first optimizations of arcs. So it's arc optimizations that I did bring over some of the arc optimizations. So this is kind of a follow-up to that. And the laser stuff, so I'm like, okay. And then these other enhancements as well are worth bringing over, but I feel like it is a big question as to how much should I be bringing over to 209. Like, I don't want to, like, this whole laser thing as change is actually a pretty big deal, and I kind of am realizing, thinking about it, that it's probably a bad idea for me to bring any of the laser stuff over at this time. Regrettably, I mean, I would love to, but I feel like 209 is 209. It's kind of like, it needs to fade, and we should start, you know, encouraging people to move over to 21. So yeah, hate to do it, but this whole laser thing is really great, but it will have to wait. Okay. Okay, that's all the same. Ish. Gotta be really careful here. This whole laser thing is a very pervasive. Viral, you might even say. All right. Anything else marked? It would be nice if in the right margin it would show little marks where you've marked things on the left. These I think aren't kept. These should be kept. These should definitely be kept. Yep, those are all good. I like those. I don't like... Oh, IJK, I almost forgot. I gotta be careful. I just see that big block and I'm like, oh! And here again, make sure it's all brought over. IJK. Just make sure they're all there. Oh, and this line here, I'm gonna have to actually edit that one. Let's put that 3308 in stepper. Make a note. And yeah, here's another case, 3135 as well. Gotta remember these things. Actually, no, that's fine. Never mind. No change. No change here. They already have IJK. I was just looking at it and going, oh, something changed. UVW, laser. Okay. Like a lot of this isn't going to matter because I'm just doing whatever. Watch out for that. That's an added without being removed parenthesis, and that's the same. That's just space. This adds a parenthesis. But so does this, I think. Oh, it's also cutter mode laser stuff. Oh, God, okay. I got to be really careful here. I mean, I'm not going to mess it up, but I could mess it up. S-curve, okay, cutter, laser. Okay, I feel pretty good about these. Settings. I think we've been through this already. There is like an M665 thing for polar, but I think that's all set. Yeah, gyres still in there. Okay, that's fine. Sensorless probing stuff. Mag-mounted probe, no. Sorry. It's like so many different varieties of probes and clever designs. It's like, I don't see them widely out there, but we support them. Offset, adjust. Yes, I feel like this is all part of that sensorless stuff. All right, Bezier. So yeah, hints. I like the hints. But yeah, the hints are, again, they're very pervasive. No laser stuff here, please. The direct stepping block bit stuff, I'm wondering how much of that got pulled in with the laser stuff. So that's fine, optarg for this, but laser power is new. Block bit page, block bit sync fans, and then there is no block bit laser power. No laser power, please. No. Is power sync? See, that needs to go away. And that is that. They all need to go away. And these optimizations should stay. This is going to be a little tricky once these things get mixed in together. So I don't know if I should make that stay volatile just for laser's sake. Hints. Oops, laser synchronous was already a thing, so not a big deal here. And now it's got, let's see, buffer sync block, add a block that just updates the position. Process additional items. And that's just a signature. And then also it's not being called here, it's being called elsewhere. Or is it? No, it's got a, it always has the block bit on it. Flag on it, I guess, is the change here. I'm afraid to keep that one. I know those are okay. I know that's okay. Nope. This changed with this planner stuff. Yeah, I feel like if I bring that planner stuff over, it's just going to take care of this. And I'm like wasting my time looking at all these details to some extent. Because yeah, the arc optimizations are right there. There's arc and then there's other stuff. So yeah, it's crazy, but like I feel like I should mark this all and then take out the laser stuff basically. No. Keep an eye on that laser. Laser. Not seeing laser. Up. Gotta take that out. It's interesting there's not much overlap here. I would expect a lot more overlap. Okay, this actually has a special hint. Safe exit speed for reverse pass kernel. Yeah, these are all part of the extra hints. Recalculate. Trapezoids. Now some laser stuff is going to come in here somewhere. Okay. Paste extruder, spin the laser power. Look at that, it's got a comma in. It's got a comma, but it wants more. Maybe I should do that. Take that out. Take that out. I don't think so. Don't think so. This already has your IJK, but this is where we things got changed. So 1491 planner. Hopefully it's 1491. After all this, keep forgetting it's the things that mention UVW basically. Look for, so just look for your steps.u. And whatever it was in step or CPP as well. Let's continue here and not replace that. Or maybe I do replace that, but then fix it. No, I don't. I don't, and then I do. Oh, crap. Also, linear axis gang. Just got to remember that's what it's got to be. Meanwhile, keep an eye out for that laser stuff. Laser. Ah. This one's cute. I feel like I should put all this in, but just take out UVW. Oh, and look, there's a whole bug right there. Fix planner, yeah. Good, see, we're finding things. Okay, where are we at? Pardon my yawning. I am a little on the tired side today. All right, so yeah, that's going to have to be fixed up. But in that case, actually, it's kind of nice because the W part we're not even keeping, so it ends up being fine for our purposes. But I do have to fix it in bug fix, whatever. So yeah, all this cutter mode stuff, goodbye. UVW, goodbye. That's fine. Oh wait, IJK. Those went away. Okay. Linear axis gang. Does this need to change? Nope, because there is no such thing as rotational axes in this version. Hints millimeters, and now we get rid of the square root. We're going to have to do that. Look at that, IJK. I'm like, I want to do all this stuff, but also the foam cutter stuff and articulated robot arm, that's not coming in either. So I have to be careful about that as well. And none of those. And actually, this is a case where I'm not even sure what to do with that. Because I'm thinking secondary linear axes is something we don't have in there, and the rotational axes and all that. The block millimeters. It's getting a little tricky. And logical axis list is supposed to be num axis list. Or it can stay logical, I guess. Oh yeah, right, logical's still logical. I do want to watch out for this one though. I mean, this isn't laser based, but it does mention foam cutter, which is like, no, we don't have that. I just have to say of secondary linear axes, but if I can remember what those are, minus the primary, minus rotational, yeah, there's no such thing. So, I mean, there should be one, but oh gosh, now I don't even remember. Okay, let's do this much. Cutter power. Oh gosh. See, how much do I really want to bring over? This position is reachable stuff. Polar graph again. Nope, that's not coming over. Let's mark whatever I have as keepers, maybe. Continue up the list a little bit here. I mean, I feel like maybe I should just go through and replace the linear axis array with num axis array just so that they match better. May do that as just a step to give it better parity. For parity in 20x, replace num axis array. And yeah, there'll be a few of these. And I'll figure them out later. Right? Linear axis, etc., to num axis, etc. Yeah, boy. I do like that hints stuff and those optimizations, but I will have to bring them over piecemeal and see whether they're how well they fit. Yeah, this laser stuff, I'm gonna skip it. Sorry guys, but 2.1 is where you switch to 2.1 if you're gonna use laser and you want the newest stuff. And yeah, all this linear axis stuff, num axes, they're fairly hidden from you, but actually num axes is kind of old. What I might do is actually just make it equal to linear axes and just leave it at that. And hopefully it won't break things that it's being defined in terms of something else. Because it's not even existing. So it could be just a patch, you know. These, though, the macros, these are, you don't have to worry about. It's mainly just the fact that num axes is in your configuration. That's why I'm wary of modifying it, because it's like another tagged or another version number for your configs, and it's always a little bit of a hassle. Delta sensorless, I'm not sure what we're doing with that, so let's add these to our pile of things that we might keep. And yeah, a lot of this is just the stepper drivers going away. This TFT string thing, I may just go for that too, you know, see if I can do this. Pardon me again. And the only reason I would do that, again, just closer parity. Okay, TFT image packing, yeah. Fix. That's just for the simulator so far. UVW. Yeah, all this new stuff for the laser. You're going to love it, but you're going to have to be on 211. Then we have this, which is affixed to the cold extrusion. So that's got to be something, right? So let's look at menu motion CPP. Cold extrude stuff. Extrude. Etc. And then there's probe deploy stow also. Well, that's an add-on, isn't it? Sorry. Laser synchronous. Again, that's another thing we're not going to have. So. Loop num axes. I mean, I can remove stuff like that, obviously. Oh, look at that yawning thing again. I'm so sorry. You're not boring me, I swear. We're up to about 4 hours, and, you know, I have my limits. People say I'm a machine, but I'm not. X, Y, Z, move. Yeah, those are all changes around some things. We'll look and see. I mean, that fixed up some stuff. Or at least it made the strings less. I don't know if this is needed. Gyres UI, I should bring it back soon. It'll be harder to bring back. Oh, that's a fix. Draw UI. MKS UI fix. Slash draw UI. This little survey will eventually lead to good things. So now we have this, which again, sure. Easier to do it that way. Next, 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 next. All right, so yeah, Pro UI, all this Pro UI stuff maybe I'll bring over. It can be tricky because there's the 9-axis stuff, but I think most of it is probably there and probably fine. But make sure Pro UI changes. And I will find out when those were. Meanwhile, Gyres UI, I am not removing or changing. So, meanwhile, there's a thing called dwin font, which I don't know if I ever did that stuff. See if any of that counts. This looks like an important fix for a, yeah, this is the ST7565 voltage, brightness, contrasting. Brightness. And the file is that. Meanwhile, okay. Numaxis warning. Right, all these kinds of warnings about the steppers and things. Sure. Right, all this stuff, of course, brings over sanity checks. Maybe the Emotion Tech LCD will come over. If it can. Probe deploy stow. Menu. I think that ended up being a configuration thing. No. It's interesting. It seems to be separate from that, but I may have already discarded those changes. Yeah, it looks like I did. Oh, that might have been part of the getting rid of the Steval stuff. Yeah, that's part of that. That's part of that. Serial things got updated. I don't know where that'll come in. We'll take a look and see serial.h when it, see if that's possible to bring over. Yeah, after I get out of here, okay. Yeah, after I get off of this stream with you guys, gonna be doing that, those last bits and getting this tagged. And you will see a version tag for 209, what is it, 5, I guess, and a 211 later. Kinematic parameters, let's mark that. I think that's already been mentioned. Other things like this. These will be easier to review once I've put them all into a pile and gotten rid of all the cruft. But yeah, I mean, how many of these have I even reviewed, really? Like all these end-stop interrupt things, I'm sure. And this SDIO stuff. Well, this SDIO thing actually is important. So let's make sure that gets in. For sure. The end-stop interrupt stuff, though, yeah, that all goes away. I don't think any of that is needed. Thank you very much. M306 did change, yeah. Yeah, a good way to deal with this would just be to mark. Just keep marking the files that I think need to be brought over. Keep writing them down, and then double check my list. And I can just stash this stuff, I suppose. It's true axes main. Right. Right, so here we have UVW stuff coming in. But there's other optimizations in the arcs that I need to look at. So I gotta be careful with those arc optimizations, but I really want to bring them over. I think it would be great. Some oopsies, M255. When was that brought over? Some of these things are like fixes that are due, you know, well, long overdue, but ended up being part of some other commits. I have to break them out separately. So yeah, if you're following me on the Twitter, I haven't been whining about bad users lately, so things have been pretty mellow. I've been pretty serious about this whole American coup thing, I guess. Kind of, it is. I'm trying to make as many, keep it light and make jokes, but because there's a lot of humor to be found in stupidity, even if it's sinister stupidity. It's still kind of funny. Oh, see, little fixies like this. When was this fixed? And why does this thing keep its selection on there even as the text changes? And what kind of selection is that? It's the little things. It's the little things. Yep, see. I think this is these are probably part of all of a piece here. Scene val, yeah, M603, you know, I think these all come together. Oops, 603. How did that not get copied? I don't know. 600, yeah. Okay. Clearly that's got to be a scene val. So I got to be very careful with my changes that I'm going to be massaging and customizing them. But yeah, this is going to be one of the last times that I get really involved with 209 having updates. And yeah, when did this happen? That's fine. We'll find out. How much of this matters, you know, like, I don't know. Clearly, you know, this is all part of a thing where scene val was placed in, and they'll all be together. So I really should just get on with it. Laser power stuff. Yeah, this access codes and axis char seems like that should just be thrown in. I think it's part of serial, actually. So yeah, M111. When did that happen? As much as I can try and bring in the original commits, I'd like to. Just so that it's easier to follow. But yeah, all these. I'm going to just not write them all down. Right, axis rotates, no. So yeah, a lot of these could be part of something else. So it's like, right, M666. Just keep an eye on that one. Whenever there's a lot of changes involved, but you only want one, it's always going to be a bit of a trick to resolve them in the merge. What? Why did I change it to 1 and then mention it's Z instead of that? Because that's correct. Let's fix that. So yeah, little bugs here and there, like just, oops, seemed like the right idea. Yeah, I'm gonna do something about these having, for parity's sake, get these things named so that at least that's one less thing I'll keep seeing all the time. Same with the axis index or the axis name or whatever. Okay. Oh, look, we have that. That's kind of neat. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff can just come over and be done. I almost want to just go in right now and just go, okay, fine. Find them all and replace them. Let's not do it right now. Let's do this first. More. Now I can do it. Oops. Anything else? Might as well do that. Put it in a different window. I'm going to keep doing this. Just seems silly, but I feel like it'll help me to see everything in isolation. But yeah, really, what I should do with bug fix 2 is just make the big sweeping change first, huh? I keep doing that, those sweeping changes. And there's, good reasoning for that. How's my hair looking? What's left of it? All right. It's a really nice day out there. So with our stream now going over, yeah, I got that Marx Brothers look here. With that stream going over 4 hours, I guess I'm gonna go out and enjoy that, get some food, take a little ride, get some sun, and yeah, I'll just carry on with this, and I'll be back on later if there's anything interesting to share. So anyway, thanks for stopping by, Power of Easel, and Ellie, and Discord people, and I'll talk to you real soon. Ciao.